Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Gentlemen, welcome to the studio.
Hello, Josh.
Well, some of us are in the studio.
I like what you've done. I like what you've done with the place.
Yeah, did you paint it? It looks good.
We talked about painting, yes.
Yeah.
It
Someday.
didn't actually get painted.
Just because you talk about something doesn't mean it actually happened.
Exactly.
That's true. Dare to dream. It'll happen at some point in time.
It'll happen when it happens.
I believe in it happening.
I believe that we're getting painted.
People are loving the stream right now.
Oh,
folks.
What's wrong with the
Spot.
stream?
I want to go fishing.
Which stream? We're talking
The
video,
the
or
audio. The video looks tremendous right now. Look at us. We're all here. The audio stream,
I don't like
it
this
seems
light.
like it's triggering people, John.
I'm getting rid of this light. By the way, keep going.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let's read some comments.
Please.
Read
Paul
some
writes-
comments, please.
Going to shoot myself
Whoa.
after listening to the walleye fishing ads on the stream. To which CJ says, no kidding, that damn ad played literally 5 times in a row.
Wow.
That's a lot of
my.
ads.
Hmm.
Okay, so I've been getting some emails this week.
You were like, what is happening?
Oh, so this is not just a today thing.
no,
yeah.
I got emails yesterday.
I was like, why? The emails were all essentially the same. Why is the swimming commercial playing so much? The fishing commercial. And
so you
I
just
said,
decided to ignore them?
well, no, I thought they meant on the air in the spot blocks.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I don't think they're playing that. Maybe a little more than normal.
It's time for my favorite bit on the
Whatever.
crossover.
But John, we're on the air right now.
Well, I want to make sure that's not still playing.
Oh.
Oh my God, it is.
Oh, but it's the one from Crash. We don't have that one on our air.
Oh, that's true. We have a different one on the air.
Yeah.
I will
Wow.
say, this isn't about the actual commercial. It's
Right.
just that it
We
keeps
love the
playing.
commercial.
If any
Yeah, there's
commercial
nothing wrong
like
with the
commercial
commercial.
time-
There's
I actually
nothing
like
wrong
the
with-
one with Crash.
I do too. It's just the fact that it keeps playing over and over and over again. That's
Huh.
an us problem.
Okay.
Mhm.
See,
Oh my God, it is.
when you email us that there's a problem, we do need a few specifics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do need more than it's just
Because
playing.
now that
we
was
probably don't know what the hell you're talking about.
well, but that was the gateway ad. So when you go to our app or to the website,
Mhm.
you get the gateway spot,
Sure.
and then it,
So
and then
that, but what's happening is when we go to commercial breaks.
well,
it's
that's why
airing
I'll leave
over.
it. I'll leave it running here, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Do you doubt our listeners? Is that
No,
what
no,
you're
no.
saying?
I want to be able to hear it.
You want to
too.
hear it for
I wanna-
yourself?
We need more than it's just playing.
It's still us, John.
Yeah, it is.
It's not just going to randomly go
Let's
to break.
let's just stop and wait until we catch up.
Do you just want me to go to break quick?
Is that what John? I think John would actually be happy with that.
You want me to go to break really quick, John?
No, you don't have to go to.
Venmo
break.
Chris says, guys, this freaking walleye fishing commercial plays so much I'm about to hook myself behind a semi to die and forget about it.
Wow.
The problem isn't the commercial.
We love the
itself.
commercial.
Repetition
We
is
love the
problem.
yes. It's the
Yeah.
fact that it just keeps playing, which we will fix on our end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
El Scorcher says the Crash one plays a lot on the app. That's exciting.
Well, we'll find out. We'll
But-
leave it up. We'll leave
I
it
believe
running.
our listeners. I don't even need proof.
Look at the
I believe
bright
him.
side.
Trust but verify, Josh Peterson. Trust but verify.
I want to be positive in this. Remember when all that app would play is me saying 23 and 23's old arena.
No.
And it was a spot I made for the
No, I
basketball
don't
tournament
remember.
You know what I remember? Keep going.
about Creighton beating Florida that one time.
Oh,
tournament,
for
yeah.
March Madness.
Yeah, and that just played repeatedly for years. At least it's not that app
Well,
users.
So I always forget, were you here during COVID?
No.
Okay. So during COVID, John made these, what were they? Like little time capsules.
Oh yeah,
In
yeah.
1971, Nebraska
yeah.
played the game, and these things
Okay.
aired forever.
Yeah, but I made a lot of them.
You did. You made like 10 of them.
I think it was more than that.
Stib says, just put the radio. Remember that? Radio. What would life be?
Why don't we just put our cross station
without
promo
it?
in there?
Oh,
I know.
wherever we be,
We are here.
Yeah.
bring back Happer.
And Nebraska is more like the Toyota RAV4 than it is the Nissan Pathfinder.
It's built like an F-150.
I don't. So, like, is he disparaging a RAV4 because it is legitimately a good car?
Yeah, but no,
I
he's
don't know if it's a
saying
good
that
car, but-
Nebraska's built like big, tough truck boys, but they want to be
The
fast, reliable, economic.
Yeah.
But the RAV4 is also a good, tough. But you can go forward.
What is a RAV4?
It's a Toyota. It's Toyota's.
Didn't Kugler used to have a RAV4?
I have, well, I mean,
I think
Nothing-
he had one.
It's
of
like
those.
Toy-
nothing
Toyota's-
epitomizes tough like Kevin.
It's like Toyota's like SUV, like off-road.
Here you go,
SUV
John.
kind of
That's a
thing. Those things,
RAV4.
They kind of kick
it's
ass.
just it's like an Equinox. It's just a people mover.
It's better than an Equinox.
It's
I
a
would
fast
take a
automobile.
highly unlikely.
I would take a RAV4.
John, the
Well, you
someone
would
wants
take
to-
anything for free.
the engines in the RAV4 don't explode like the Equinox engines.
Oh,
do.
you mean like the one like my wife has that hasn't exploded yet?
My wife.
Would you like a football team of RAV4s, or would you like some speed or toughness?
Whatever Gary was going for, I agree with
Okay.
Gary. I'm not going to disparage a
I also
coworker.
think our audience is pretty good looking.
Great take, Gary. Thank you. They are handsome. Sorry. And wherever we be, we be.
We be.
I'm glad that that's the one that I picked because every time I heard that, I'm like, this is nice. This is funny.
We really need to do multiples of those next
We
year.
do.
Yes.
We will.
So it's
It's
not-
on the list.
We
for
didn't
tomorrow's
know-
meeting.
We have a
We-
meeting tomorrow.
We do. Josh and I didn't know how frequently that was going to happen, so we only sent one.
How often could a pitching change take place in college baseball?
Well, the answer is a lot.
Uh-huh.
And it didn't just run in the pitching changes.
By the way, Charles writes a RAV4 is not an off-road vehicle. LOL.
Yeah, it's not. It's just
That's what Nick said.
Oh,
Yeah, but
you can take it off road and you'll be fine.
In the
Wow.
commercials, they're
highly
driving up the Grand Canyon.
Are
I
we
love how
talking-
you say
are we-
highly unlikely. It's so funny.
Okay.
It's so condescending.
It
Well,
is.
Nick said
okay,
something highly unlikely.
Off road? Were you talking about like in the median on the interstate? Or are we talking like real off?
You can take it on a dirt road after a rainstorm and be solid.
You mean like what I can with my car, or Josh can with his car?
Yeah, but Josh will probably get stuck.
I think when John says off-road,
Yeah, I'm talking like
I
real.
mean, nobody's
off-road.
going to rally cross a RAV4,
Well,
John.
that's what I mean.
that's what the commercials mean,
Yeah.
Nick.
Okay, then I guess an only off-road car is a 1987 Audi Quattro.
I don't know what that means.
What?
It's an old rally car.
To me,
Good
off road means like you're actually off the road and you have to like go through, rough terrain.
Oh, that thing could do it. Paige is a RAV4. I trust that
Are
thing
you
to go
on the
anywhere.
payroll by Toyota?
No.
Big RAV4 has come for
Toyota
Nick.
Jan in the red shirt coming up to your house every day and
I
saying, "All right,
wish-
here's our talking points for Toyota."
I wish, because then they could give me a Toyota Tundra TRD.
What you think I rap for? To push
Well,
a
why
why
would you-
RAV4?
Thought you want a
Nice.
RAV4, Nick?
Yeah, why would you want a a turd
Toyota
God,
Racing
instead of a-
Development, John.
instead of a RAV?
Because I prefer the Tundra over a RAV, but a RAV is a solid car
Why would you prefer the Tundra over the RAV?
because I like it better.
For what reasons?
I like truck. It's tiny truck.
I like truck.
Print the graphic.
Thank you. Yes, do the graphic.
I don't have a picture of Nick, but I'll find one.
Well, we got plenty of pictures of Nick.
No, I don't have access to the folder,
Oh, okay.
the thing with all the Nick.
Oh.
I'll find one on Google though.
I
I'll
know,
just
I
use
know
that.
a guy.
Yeah, Nick Grimm 16.
I like truck.
I like truck.
Okay.
RAV4 is a very solid car, though. I would trust that thing to go into the desert or the Badlands or wherever. In fact, we took it to the Badlands.
I got it. I got the photo.
Well, yeah, you drove on the highway.
You got it? You don't need me to
I
say
got
the
it.
band.
yeah,
I'd be
thank you.
comfortable taking it off road.
Okay.
Life is a highway.
I'm gonna ride it all night long.
There was a comment somewhere. People are basically just making fun of Nick right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, lots more about the commercials. It played 3 times in a row before the crossover. So,
These are the stats and figures we need.
I actually did contact somebody from our establishment about this. So
You did.
we're getting it
Okay.
looked at.
So I don't have to.
I
do it
did this
after the-
early. I did this morning. Somebody emailed me and was like, "Could you stop this?" I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
But, yes,
But then I found out and I said, "Yes, I would love to
Okay.
help you."
that's good.
Charles says my grandma agrees with Nick. The RAV4 is a solid car.
If you want to be an off-road grandma, you could do it in a RAV4.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. It was something
Well, yeah,
like
a lot of grandmas are off road because they don't usually keep it between the white.
Charles says a dirt road is in fact a road. Yeah, are you talking about like State Street after 168th? Like
No.
my car can drive on that.
No, I'm talking like
State Street dirt road now?
Oh, it's like
Past
after
it.
168, like west of it.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Still?
Well,
After all these years?
okay, maybe not State Street, but there are streets out by my parents, Ida for sure. That
Interesting.
so who knows? Maybe they've changed
Yeah,
it by
yeah.
now.
180th and 4th.
what I'm
Yeah.
talking about is like back home where my dad lives. The county never goes out there to maintain the road, so sometimes they just kind of dump sand on the ground, but it's all clay and sand,
Yeah.
and you'll get stuck if you drive on it wrong. That kind of road.
Nick, this level of defensiveness for the RAV4 is surprising.
I'm not getting defensive for the RAV4. I'm getting defensive at you guys.
What
not
did I
thinking-
do?
Not thinking that I know what I'm talking about.
Nick
Who
Grimm
said
here for
that?
Japan.
Who said that you don't know what you're talking about?
John,
I didn't
highly
say-
unlikely.
I did say highly. It was highly unlikely.
And then the dummies in the chat.
Whoa.
Whoa, so you're triggered at the chat?
Never.
Wow. So you're triggered because people are calling you dumb.
I think that people don't understand what off-road really is.
What is off-road?
Like what it mean. Like a RAV4, you can take off-road. That can be an off-road car. It doesn't have to just be like some jacked up dumbass Jeep.
Mm.
It could. You could
With
take
a bunch of
RAV4
rubber
off-road.
duckies
I want
on
a
the car.
jacked up dumbass Jeep. That's what I want.
It's the 2026 jacked up dumbass Jeep.
I love that model.
I think State Street is gravel past Highway 31, which is 204th Street.
204th, okay. So that's changed then.
I think.
When my parents
I
moved
think.
out there, yeah.
It's hard to tell.
This all
I used to
sounds
take State Street all the time back
You
in
do
the
the
day.
jump?
The
Jump.
jump. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The
yeah,
jump.
yeah, yeah.
That used to freak people
They
out.
don't let you
Oh,
do
my
that.
God. Because that's the road that the old Sunset Speedway was on.
Yeah.
So when we used to drive from Fremont, we would turn and go on State Street.
Fremont.
Take that little jump.
My family lives there.
Freetown.
My family lives there.
Nice. Stib says Nick Off-Road Grim, they're calling him.
Good.
Mr. Off-Road.
I'll go off-road.
Jordan says, is my driveway off-road? It's not a road anymore. I shouldn't have said that as I saw you take a drink. That could have been bad.
I would take the RAV4 in a field back home after a rain.
That'd be
She's
awesome if,
fine.
like, the ad, you
Vlog time, Nick.
if the people who monitor advertising for accuracy allowed folks to say, technically the driveway is off-road, so you can claim that your Malibu is an off-road vehicle. Or your what's the Mr. Toyota, what's the electric car that you guys make? The Prius.
Oh, Prius is a solid car. Not an
A
off-roader.
fine off-road car.
I would not take the
Big
Prius off-road.
Toyota has definitely come.
Nick Toyota.
Uh-huh.
Big Toyota.
I'm more of a
Uh-huh.
Nissan guy than Toyota
Are we
guy,
sure
but
you're not engaged to Toyota, Jan?
Interesting.
My fiance is just Toyota.
Is your new favorite holiday
Didn't
from
say no.
now Toyota-thon instead of
Okay,
Halloween?
first of all, John, I've always been a Toyota-thon man. Honda Days, bad. Toyota-thon, that's my holiday.
Don't the Packer fans like Honda Days? Because that's when Jordan Love plays well.
That
Isn't
rings
that
a bell
isn't
now
that
that
a
you say
bit?
it, yeah.
I think so.
We all know that Toyota, of course, is a Japanese company, aka Weeb.
Oh, it
They have a
explains
big
it all.
facility in Nashville.
Right, but
My
I'm saying
favorite
it's-
Japanese car company is actually Nissan.
Mm.
Different kind of
I do
weed.
like Nissans. Greg from
too.
Do you
Hastings says,
treat them all like your little Weeb children? Your
Yes.
Nissans and your
Yes, I do.
Toyotas and your...
Do you let them in more than
Hondas.
American cars? Like, yeah, go ahead. Go in. It's fine.
Greg from Hastings, how would Josh know anything about west of 168th? I live west of 168th
Really
by
breaks
like
the
a block,
narrative.
but I still live west of 168th.
That's basically
you get
Grand
the-
Island.
Do you get the same tax benefits as what other Western Nebraskans do?
No, because I'm not a farmer. I don't get things handed out to me, John. Very sad.
One of my favorite takes of yours.
Spot the lie. I mean, we were doing College World Series shows when our current president said something about like, they're allowed to have illegal immigrants to help out with their farms, but just them. All right, everyone's quiet. Rob says it's only 2:00 and Nick's already triggered. It's going to be a banger of a grum today. Thank you,
Whoa.
Nick.
I love bangers.
Indeed.
A banger of a grum.
Mhm.
Banger of a grum.
When was the last time you had a banger of a grum?
Oh.
I thought Thursday was pretty fun.
Oh, okay.
Thursday was a good show.
What happened on Thursday? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
we were just
we
back
were just
together.
here, all of us. Monday
the
was
first
pretty
time.
solid, I think.
What happened on Monday?
I don't remember, but I remember having fun.
I don't remember Monday.
Michael was a good time.
Yeah.
I think we had a good interview with Mitch.
Oh, by the
Oh,
way, happy
Tuesday was
birthday,
there.
Michael.
Oh, that's right.
Happy
He's
birthday, Michael.
1 year closer to 60. Shoot, I should have texted him.
Well, yeah.
You still can. Plenty of day left.
I know, but now I feel like, oh crap, I have to text him because John reminded me. But Michael's listening right now, so he knows. Happy birthday.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Jaws is a great film.
So exciting. He's seeing that soon, right? Aren't they? It's going to be at the Alamo.
I think he sees that all the time.
Yeah.
He's going to see it in the theaters, though.
I think they're
Oh,
playing
yeah.
it over at Shadow Lake too. Because when I was in the theater last night, they had
Yeah.
special like Jaws popcorn.
Oh, yeah. What
buckets.
did you see?
I saw 28 years later.
Uh-oh. With that tone, it doesn't seem like you like it.
No, it was good.
Okay. I haven't seen it yet.
I watched the first one
I'll
earlier
say.
this week.
Yeah?
Oh,
Looked
I didn't
like it
know.
was
I've never
some,
seen any of them.
I didn't know this
Ring
was a
doorbell
sequel.
camera.
It's a third one.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a first or a second.
Yes.
Mhm. 28 days later. 28 weeks later.
And 28 years later. Then there's going to be another one at some point. I just don't know what they're going to call it.
28 decades later. I mean, if you're
Yeah, they
going-
have another
if
one
you're
coming
going
out
in
next
elements
year.
of time, it's
Well,
decades.
it would be
years,
hard for them to-
years, decades.
It would actually
centuries.
be kind of funny because the way they
Millennium.
ended this
The
movie,
Bone Temple.
the Bone Temple,
Mhm.
that makes sense in
But
the context of.
That's what I
the
call
movie.
my bedroom. The bone.
Nice.
temple.
By the way, Severe says that he saw it at the Alamo last month. So we already saw Jaws.
It was on NBC the other day.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Steven Spielberg with the introduction.
Oh, really?
That's fun.
Yeah. That's usually a movie I end up watching once a year. I'm just not in the mood for it right now.
Okay.
I do like it.
Are you okay?
I was fine with
No, I'm
watching
not in the mood
Jaws
for watching
once.
Jaws.
Is it because your wrist?
No.
Does it remind you of
I
a
didn't get attacked
shark?
by a shark.
Does it feel like it? It'd be a lot cooler if it did.
Is
though.
that how you imagine a shark attack would feel?
No. I would
Probably hurt
imagine,
less.
I would imagine there'd be large pieces of my
Ooh.
skin gone
Ouch.
and everything else.
What would hurt less?
What happened to John or a
Yeah.
shark?
I'm going to say what happened to me because shark, I mean, you ever been eaten by something before?
No.
It doesn't sound good.
I've had a dog bite me before, but
Ooh.
yeah. I've never been eaten by a shark.
Is it because you talked to the dog's kids?
You know what I did today when I walked Banks? I said hello to people. I was
Wow.
like, you know what?
To
I'm gonna-
people. Did you say hello to kids?
Yeah, I said hi. And then they just kept riding their bike.
But
So,
the kids were outside.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Which was, I didn't see very many people today. It was a little thick outside today. It was very sunny.
It's very
Yeah.
thick today.
Yeah. Banks was excited for that water when we got
It
it.
actually feels worse
Today?
now than it did Saturday.
I would agree.
Whoa.
I haven't been. So
It's disgusting out there
It
right
is.
now.
It's
Okay.
disgusting.
I haven't stepped
Because
foot
there's not-
outside in
the
since like
wind,
9 a.m.
As much as I can't stand wind, it really made a difference on Saturday.
Okay.
Wow. So it would be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
Yes.
The wind helped this
The
weekend.
wind
I
helped.
will maintain that.
Yeah.
Again,
It felt like a furnace, but it still helped.
not usually a fan, but
You were so sweaty that the wind felt cool on your sweat skin.
correct.
But yeah, today it's nasty. Especially once the sun cleared up this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Because I went out before the clouds cleared and it was hot. But then the sun showed up and it was worse. And it's pretty nasty.
I rolled my windows down on the way home, on the way to work today, and
don't do that.
the inside was fogging up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, oh,
It's one of those
Well,
walk
what
outside
else?
with sunglasses on and immediately
Yeah,
or
I went
regular
down.
glasses.
I went downstairs this morning, and all the windows were
Foggy?
Not fog, but like condensation.
Wet windows.
Yeah, because it was so cool in the basement and so glah outside. That's a technical term. Glah.
Yeah.
Glah.
So be safe out there.
okay.
Stay hydrated.
By the way, I meant to get to this.
What do we got?
Because Connor's never coming back.
No.
Might as well do it now. Well, we were talking
He's
in
a
the
mute
Monday
now.
crossover about Nick being a Plattsmouthian.
Yes.
Mm.
How's the search going?
Our friend Thomas, who emails us a lot into the Equitable Bank inbox.
Should tell.
No, different Tom.
Oh.
Thomas
Oh.
said, because he's been in Plattsmouth, he said pluses. So here's your pluses.
Oh, okay. There's positives.
He's doing pluses and minuses for you. He says, Hy-Vee is right there. The DJ's dugout, a beef jerky store.
Ooh.
When I go, the drive usually isn't that bad, but I also live closer to the interstate than the Zone Studios. For Nick specifically, a very nice disc golf course.
Oh, Nick.
I like
Plattsmouth
disc golf.
could spend some money on updating the playground there, though. But you don't go to the Frolf course to be on the playground.
There's
Right?
18
You better
holes. See, the problem with the disc golf courses on playgrounds is there will be kids and they will be in the fairway.
You will be.
You don't want to like drill a kid in the side of the face with a disc.
Definitely.
That's not a bad looking course, though. I'm looking at it right now
Okay.
on my app.
Well, there's your pluses.
What are the minuses?
Your minuses are Highway 75 can be very dangerous, as I swear at least twice a year,
Oh, wow.
some drunk dumbass gets on 75 going the wrong way and kills everyone in both cars.
What?
Plattsmouth is quite the meth town, or was a couple of years ago at least.
That could be a positive, though.
Depending on your outlook.
Yeah. I don't know about how Nick feels about
Yeah.
meth.
Fair.
some jacknut on the school board was banning classic literature a couple years ago.
Yeah, they like doing that.
In fairness, I think Plattsmouth got rid of that person.
Well,
So
that's
there you
good.
go. There's your
That's
minuses.
good to get rid of that guy.
Yeah.
There's your
So what do you
minuses.
think about Plattsmouth now? Now that you've heard the pluses and minuses.
Well, the disc golf course is pretty tempting.
Sweet.
Mm.
Can you imagine that? It's
And
like
high
a
B.
it's
I
like
like
a
high B.
local watering hole, but for disc golfing.
Rolfers?
For all things.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Not a long drive though, and people apparently going the wrong way.
Yeah, I don't want to. What do you call him? A drunk jacknut?
He said drunk dumbass.
Ah,
Nick died driving to work because somebody was in the other lane.
I
That
don't
would be
like
a
that.
bummer.
that would
No.
suck.
I'd
Yeah.
have to stay.
I thought it was. I
Well,
thought
it wouldn't be a
was
Poor
problem.
Otson, he'd have to be an 8-hour producer.
It wouldn't be a problem though, because I could just take Page's RAV4 and just go off the
Off
interstate.
road.
off road.
I'd be fine.
There we go, Nick.
I thought 75 was 4 lanes. Is it 4? No,
It's four. Yeah.
It's
So
not.
they must have hopped over like into the.
But is it
There's
is it continuous 4 or
what is it called
divided
when
4?
there's a divided? It's divided.
It's a divided 4.
Yeah, by like some grass.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily stop everybody because
No,
Especially
off-roading.
if
They're
you
like,
have an off-road
ooh,
See all
my
those reckless people,
RAV4.
all those
I
drunk
don't even
dumbasses
notice.
in a RAV4.
Mhm.
Hey, this is a great car to go drunk
Harry
driving in
Carey.
because you could just
Hi.
Hi, Harry Carey here for the Toyota RAV4. Hey, Steve, did you know I'm sold? I remember the RAV2. Anyhow,
Did you hear?
I was driving the other day and I decided I felt like I wanted to wander into the other lane.
Off
Well,
the road.
In my old car, I couldn't do that, but in my Toyota RAV4, I could hop right on over that grassy median and slam into a school bus.
Toyota, if you want to pay me, I will shill for you.
Did you hear Matt's Harry Carey during the College World Series shows at all?
No,
Oh my god.
The single
Is it good?
worst Harry Carey I've ever heard in my life.
Multiple people were like,
Where
"Is
can I
this a
find
thing
this?
he
I will
does a
find it."
lot? He should stop."
Pretty
That was
much
early
any village.
If I remember
show.
right, that was the in-between show on either Saturday or Sunday.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we found it pretty early. in the
Yeah, he
series.
went into Loopy Town.
The very first
know what?
weekend, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna. I had a
Okay.
DM from somebody about it. Let me scroll back and
'Cause
see if I
he-
can find it.
I mean, just being from Chicago, you would think he could craft a moderately good. And his defense was always, "Well, I'm doing Will Ferrell from SNL."
It's not very
It's
good.
not. No, it's not good.
Mhm.
what does it sound like? Does it sound like this? Oh, Harry Carey.
No, it's just loud. He's just
Oh,
loud,
It's
is
not
what he
Michael
is.
Caine.
Yeah.
Michael Caine. That is Michael Caine doing it. Remember that day I got stuck doing Michael Caine for the whole last hour of the show? I
Oh,
couldn't
no.
get off of it.
Yes. All right, Nick.
And I still haven't been able to master it since.
It was, let's see, what day of the week? This was last Monday. If you go to the second show last Monday,
Second
It's when it
show
was.
last Monday,
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Jake doing that one, right?
I don't know. It was
That
either him or
sounds right.
Ben or somebody.
Okay. I'll look for it.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
By the way, going back to your meeting with the children today.
Yes.
John wants to know, did the bullet pass cleanly through Josh when he talked to the people outside, or is it lodged in his body somewhere?
Yeah,
I feel like it probably would have came up.
got to go to the hospital after
Oh.
the
Oh,
show. But see,
okay.
unlike Happer, I
You're
played
here.
through.
You played
I
through
played
it.
through
Alright.
pain.
The 16th.
Yep.
Which segment?
I don't know.
There's not a segment.
How many
that-
segments are there that day, Nick?
Can't be that many.
Yeah.
between show.
7.
Whoa. Was that the day of the no-hitter?
The no-hitter was
I thought that was
on
Tuesday, yeah.
No.
Oh, so
yeah.
that's why, because we did more. Nick, I would say somewhere in the latter half. It was in the 5 o'clock hour
5 o'clock hour. Okay.
that I just got this message. So I bet it was segment 1 of the last hour. So how many did you say there were? 7 segments?
like segment 5.
Probably
Because I'm
would be my
basing it off
guess.
of when he saved it.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, because Monday was the no-hitter because Connor was on the call.
So that means we had a longer show.
Mhm.
And Matt always had so much energy in the early show.
Yeah.
He was like ready to go. And then we would go back to the college or to the OBV and we would sit there in the heat. And
that's when he lost it.
He
every
got
day.
sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, every day. Which makes sense. He was doing his morning show and then the
Hey,
the
can you
shows.
just do 12 hours of radio?
And that's what he did. And he did a great job. He didn't complain.
He didn't.
He just did Harry Carey.
Mhm.
And it was a tough look.
Mm,
Tough sound.
Bit of a tough hang.
that's
Yeah.
too bad.
But it's okay. He did a great job. We're proud of Matt. And he's going to
Oh.
do a lot of Big Red Overreactions this
Immensely,
fall,
yes.
as we talked about off the air with him.
Yes.
Maybe even on the air.
A little bit on the air, yeah.
Yeah, he volunteered for him, and so
He's going to
congrats
do
to
a
him.
lot of them.
Yeah, more than half.
Yeah.
He said, I'll do whatever you ask of me. And we said all 12. And he said, no, I don't want to do all 12. And, oh, okay. So I guess it's not whatever we ask of you.
No. He's a liar.
Mm-hmm. He is. Headley says it's okay. He is but a child.
We've all been there, right?
I was 23 once.
I can do everything.
John, you were 23.
Nothing affects
What do you
me.
remember about being 23? What do you remember about 1994?
Finished up college.
Nice.
That was the year. 90.
Nebraska won a national championship.
Yeah.
Wow. Can't believe that wasn't the first thing you
No.
said.
93 was.
What?
I can't remember.
You were
now.
born in 71.
No, I was thinking back to the timeline of 93, 94.
Yeah.
Yeah, 94 was the year that Kevin and I did the college radio show.
That's fun.
It was a fair year.
Fair year.
Fair year.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
Pretty good year.
Cool.
What do you remember about being 23?
23 would have been 2011. I lived with some of my best pals in college. The Dallas Cowboys let me down like they always did. And I started working at 1620 The Zone. I got hired to be the producer of this show when I was 23.
There you go.
I was almost 24. I met John. Well, I guess I kind of met John when I was 22. But John and I started working together when I was 23. I would say it was a great year.
Wow.
Great year to be 23. What about you, Josh?
Would have been 2008.
Nice.
I don't remember much.
Don't remember much. Having too much fun.
Maybe.
Partying too much.
Yeah. No.
Not
Working
partying.
a lot.
Probably watching movies.
Probably. 2008.
Where'd you work?
I worked at a Panera for almost a decade.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I needed a job that would allow me to start work at 5 a.m. so that I could practice waking up early for when I would inevitably work a morning show.
Uh-huh.
That prepared you well.
So I know my body can do that now.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Thank you, Panera.
Yeah. Fun fact, if you frequent the elevators of the College World Series, Ike and his wife, Henrietta, they were daily customers of that Panera bread.
Really?
That's exciting.
So did you get to make the bread?
Every now and then, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like bread.
It's
Bread is
so
good. The Panera breads are good.
Bread.
They have good soups there.
Oh, yeah.
Good
The
mac
soups
and
are
cheese,
good.
if I remember right.
I don't remember the mac and cheese.
I haven't been to a Panera in a while.
Let's all go.
Yeah, you could take us there.
Let's do a show.
This is my old haunt.
You could go back behind the counter and do some more Panera.
It's okay. I got this.
I used to work here. I understand what's
Yeah.
going on.
Here, let me show you how to count change back, Sonny.
Well, I always told them, I said, one day you will be replaced by a robot. And they said, no, I'm a cashier. I'll always be needed. And I said, no, they will find a way
The
to
robots are
replace
coming
you.
for us all.
And sure enough, you go to a Panera now and you have to order on a screen.
It's just robots?
It's a screen. It's a tablet.
Who puts the
Oh.
sandwiches together? Are those people still?
people.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they've lost.
For now.
Wow. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Pretty soon the robots will be making the Panera.
That's a bummer.
Then it'll be called
Panera.
Skynet.
Yeah.
Skynet bread.
I think there's going to be sports talk AI radio at some point in time.
Someone will try it.
Yeah.
For sure. I don't know. I don't think it'll work.
Yeah. Because they say you
Well-
can just plug in, like they could download.
Mhm.
So let's say they had access to every episode that John and I ever
Exactly.
have done.
Exactly.
They plug it into a computer.
Mhm.
Wonder what kind of stuff it would spit out. Me
Well,
talking about football, John saying, I want my seasons,
mhm.
you know?
Randomly talking about breasts.
Yes, that would definitely come up.
Yeah.
Mr. H, that's an under.
Yeah.
Mr. H would come up.
Mr. H would come up.
Would that come up in weird ways?
It has over the last decade.
It has. So you never
Designated
know.
Hitler.
You have no idea where Mr. H will come
But
up.
would AI understand the bit that you guys don't actually like Mr. H? Or would it go into some weird
Oh,
place?
no.
Yeah, probably would go into some weird
Come
place.
on, AI.
See, this is why it's artificial intelligence, not real intelligence.
Stib says Nick defending random crossover SUVs. AI Unsportsmanlike conduct.
I love the RAV4.
Yeah, we know. Well, that'll happen someday.
Does the RAV4 love you back?
Oh,
Good.
it does.
Nice.
I
How's it-
can't find his Harry Carey, but I heard his Bane, and then you said it was better than his Harry Carey, but I don't know if it's in this segment.
Well, then I don't know. Go
Well,
look
then
in
it
the
would have been
previous
before
segment.
because
Maybe he finished up the other. Did you go to segment 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then. I mean, he definitely was doing it.
He was doing it a lot, but I mean, it was very quick because it was so
he
bad.
just Nick. He would just go, "Hey!"
Yeah.
Like that's what he would do,
Hey!
and then we'd say, "Stop it, Matt."
yeah.
over and over and over.
I meant to mention this yesterday, Nick, to you.
Oh,
But did you know? Now this was as of, I think, yesterday, so it may not be. Well, it's still fairly accurate because I'm pretty confident the Royals didn't
I'm
score
going
a
to give
lot
up
of
on
runs.
that for now, but I'll find it later.
But the Colorado Rockies have scored more runs than the Kansas City Royals this year.
Nice.
wow!
As of yesterday, it was 276 to 262.
So had the Pirates, I believe.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Wow, the Rockies are just dunking on the Royals because there's a Rockies player, Jordan Beck, who has the most home runs at Kauffman Stadium, or tied for the most home runs at Kauffman Stadium this season.
Yeah.
At 3.
The Royals' offense is doo-doo.
Yeah.
It's
What?
The difference is the Royals have.
What do you mean? They haven't been good at scoring all year.
No, but that's what between last season and this season, what changed?
Well, was their offense that good last year?
It wasn't that good last year. It was better, but it wasn't like this.
So I saw people putting that stat out there yesterday, and the replies to it were like, "Oh yeah, just like context doesn't even exist."
Oh, because of the thin air?
Yeah.
Was that why?
Like, okay, but point still stands.
yeah, their offense is garbage.
Yeah.
Royals have a garbage offense.
You can score. You can, believe it or not, you can score in baseball without hitting home runs.
What?
It's possible.
Since when?
Yeah, but I like ball go far.
Well, a lot of people do.
Big
I
dog.
like truck.
I like
Ball.
truck.
I like truck.
I like truck and ball go far.
Mm-hmm. By the way, that graphic is out there for anyone who would like to see it. Nick
Yeah.
Grimm, I like truck.
Doesn't that pose just look like an I like truck guy?
It definitely does.
Nice.
Can we retake our photos? I hate my photos.
Yeah, I don't like mine either.
Let's retake them.
I'm just curious what your hair's doing in your photo. It's very tall.
Well, it's because I was wearing a hat when we first went down because I thought I could wear a hat.
Me too.
But then they were like, take off the hat. And then so my hair was, it was what it was. Not a fan.
Same with me.
Yeah.
That was around this time, wasn't it?
It was. We did all
Wasn't
those
it,
photos.
wasn't it right after the World
It
Series?
was a bajillion degrees, rough estimate.
Well,
last time.
on our day, it was cloudy and
And it was actually
and
raining.
cloudy
and
with a chance
it
of
started to
meatballs.
sprinkle.
Yeah.
My kid loves those movies.
Started.
Never
to
saw 'em.
sprinkle.
They're all right.
I remember when we read that book in school. Man, it was like, oh, this is the greatest.
The
thing ever.
movie, kind of solid.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Interesting.
Flint
You love
Lockwood.
movies.
Movies are great.
It's just Bill Hader and Will Forte being weird together.
Oh, that's
Which
fun.
is all you need,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
What did I watch? Oh, when we watched Tropic Thunder, and young Bill Hader shows up in there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's a funny guy.
Well, congrats on surviving yet another.
You did it again.
Thank you. Another one.
You
You're the
deserve an
Rav-
award.
You're the
4 hours
RAV4
and
of
change.
1620 The Zone.
I
Time
can
to go
anywhere.
off-road.
Yeah.
Yeah, go off road.
Into a bridge embankment.
Crush some squirrels. Groundhogs, things that live off road. All
Maybe
right,
I'll
let's-
do that.
Now we'll double check and make sure that
Yeah, get that app queued up.
Mhm.
did it crash? I think it crashed.
Our app would never.
Yeah, it's a great app.
No, I think
Your phone must suck.
Well,
my phone is.
Did
fine.
you try clearing your cache, John? Because
Oh.
that's what always fixes it.
No,
Did
no.
you
It
accept
just
the
stopped
cookies?
for some reason. It's
It's gonna be amazing.
Oh,
September
no.
14th to the 18th, we get on a deluxe motor coach.
It sounds like a great trip.
It does sound
It
like
really
a great
does.
trip.
Kinda
'cause
wanna
it's a
join
deluxe,
him.
because it's a deluxe motor coach.
I would love to go to the wilderness for like 4 days with Crash.
Yeah.
Am I good at the wilderness? No, absolutely
Am I
not.
good at
But
I
the
you know what?
guarantee you'd grill good.
He's
Don't
got
put this
good
off
food and good
anymore.
beer.
And
Sign up
walleye.
Walleye.
I don't wilderness. So I do like going outside now.
It'll be amazing.
Good
September
job.
14th to
Is
the
the outside wilderness?
Poll question.
There we go.
It really does.
See, but now it's just going to keep going like
Yeah,
this.
it is. I do like this
Inception.
bit. I'm going to be honest. It's a fun
Do
bit.
you?
I like.
Likes one of us.
I like that John does it sometimes.
Well, yeah.
I
it's
would
like-
hate it all the time.
Yeah, Carson didn't just pull out Karnak every night.
Sure.
That's a reference to the Tonight Show when
Yep.
it was funny.
Is the outside wilderness? Incredible.
Wow. Let's go to break.
We'll go to break. That's the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete. Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. 1620 The Zone.
show you what sports talk really is.
Yeah, do. It is Dumb Debates Wednesday. It'll be nice to have Dumb Debates back on the air, and I've got some good ones for us this week. And
When we're here, we're here.
When we're at the zone, it's the zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Stibbs has
Oh, what's
correctly.
going on?
Well, he's correctly he's correctly spelled the phonetic pronunciation of Crash's Motorkirch. Motorkirch.
I miss.
I love it.
You know what
love
I
it.
miss? Chili dogs.
Food's a fire.
I do miss. Yeah, come on, man. Let's get some chili dog food fire.
Chili dog food's fire.
I love Crash.
Crash
He's
is
a great guy.
Crash is the best. I haven't seen Crash in a long time.
Yeah, where is he?
He's in the morning.
Well,
He does his show in the morning, and then he has another gig.
Well, yeah, he's got.
We all have side hustles.
He's got so many
Got a lot of
gigs,
stuff.
actually.
He's a busy man.
He is.
Very busy man.
You're one of the few, Nick, who doesn't have a side hustle.
I have seasonal side hustles.
Seasonal side hustles.
I would like them to not be seasonal, but here
You
we
want
are.
you want them to be all the time?
I would like them to be more than seasonal.
Oh, okay. You want constant hustling
A
on the
constant side
the
hustle.
side.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, welcome to the Grum. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
Yo.
It's good to have you with us on this Dumb Debates Wednesday. Don't
Forget to send in those dumb debates. Use that hashtag dumb debates
Please.
and send it to us into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees. Gotta play ball.
Have we ever
John
led
Higgins, Weather Guard.
the Grum Down off with an NBA draft topic? Whoa.
Well, no,
Whoa.
but it's not every day where.
Whoa. Well, the draft is once a year.
Well, it's not every day that, and it's not every draft that a Creighton Blue Jay can go in the first round.
Yeah, but I saw some of those
No, this could
anonymous
be 2 years in a
quotes.
row.
They said that he's garbage or mid or tiny, tall. What did they say about him? They said some words.
Soft. Is what
Soft.
they
They call him soft.
Yeah.
So a Nebraska fan wrote it.
Probably.
Interesting.
Probably. But yes, it is NBA draft night. Will Kalkbrenner go in the first round?
Are you going to watch the draft?
What time does it start?
I don't know.
And how many?
It's one round.
What time?
I think it's 7. I think it's 7 Central.
does the draft start?
What time do picks 20 down begin?
That would probably be close to 8, right? Because they
Oh,
spend a
later than
billion
that.
years.
So
Probably
it starts
late.
at 7. It ends at 10. Probably 20 down. You're probably looking at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll check in.
Okay.
I'll check in.
What if you miss it, though? What if you're like, damn it,
Well,
round
s-
1, pick 1?
Well, there's always
That would be awesome.
there's also DVR. You can always go back.
There's
So are we still thinking the Suns? Is
for
that
who?
for Kalkbrenner?
I don't know.
There's a lot of different options. We'll talk about that.
We'll
later.
break it all down though.
Okay.
Mike Schaefer.
Did you forget his last name?
Mike Schaefer of Husker247.com will join us.
Awesome. Nice
We got an update in the NIL today.
get.
Tanking, Trev, and Tumult.
Tanking, Trev, and Tumult.
Yeah.
Those are 3 T's.
There are 3 T's.
Is that a law firm?
A 4th T is Tom.
A 4th T is Sit the Grum.
Damn it.
Got him.
Tom Fornelli, CBSSports.com will join us.
Nice get, Nick.
Every time I hear his name, I just think of the Fratellis, and that just makes me think of Flagpole Sitta.
Okay. Don't know what those words mean, but oh, na-na-na-na-na-na-na. I like that song.
It is hashtag Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Yeah.
Today's Dumb Debate.
Wait, that's Harvey Danger. The Fratellis are the One Beer Friday song. Anyway,
Dumb Debates today could involve
I was wrong.
time capsules.
Time capsules.
Are we gonna do one?
Are we burying John?
Are we gonna bury a Murkirch?
No, we already have a volunteer to be buried in the Grum time
Oh,
capsule.
that's so exciting.
The national scribes weigh in on Big Red expectations
Mm.
and probably making comments about Bruce Springsteen.
Mm.
Bullying fan gets barred.
Bullying fan gets barred.
Teams that are in need of slump busters.
Mm.
And will Michigan be the game that we talk ourselves into a win?
If you want to be an idiot, maybe, but if you want to be smart like me, don't do it.
Are you claiming that Michael Severe, who...
No, he's so smart. Happy birthday, Michael.
Well,
He's also a hater of Michigan. His bias is blinding him. I have no bias in this conversation. If I like both teams, then do I hate anybody?
I don't know. 402-951-1620 is the hotline presented by Prairie Flower Casino, and you can register today to win a $100 gift card to Prairie Flower Casino from Prairie Flower Casino.
Nice.
Just go register today at 1620thezone.com.
Cool.
Because we give away at least one every week.
At least a share.
At least one every week.
Mm-hmm.
But yesterday I mentioned, well, we had the poll question yesterday.
Yeah. Which one was that again?
On the Michigan game.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and Michael said here on Monday that Michigan is the more winnable game than USC for Nebraska based on their freshman quarterback, and it's the fourth game on the schedule. How gettable do you see the Michigan game at this moment?
Okay.
45% believe Nebraska has a good chance.
Oh, God.
Not a good chance.
Good.
But a good chance. 27% say less than 50-50.
Smart.
20% say stop dreaming, it's June. 8% say Nebraska's going to win.
Whoa.
So I would say based on that, it's
optimistic Husker fans. I've never seen that before.
There's some optimism on here, but just as I was dead on balls accurate last year about how there would be some people in the media that would project Nebraska as a potential national playoff contender.
Yeah.
And I was right.
You were.
Here's my next guarantee for this offseason.
Is this list? Is this
Sure,
a list?
why not?
List item?
That by the time the season starts, many folks will talk themselves into Michigan being the gettable game. There'll be a lot of comments on, and if Nebraska's going to pull an upset, it's going to be against Michigan. And you might even get a few folks that will say it's going to happen. But we'll try to conduct a similar poll before the start of the season, and I'll bet you the confidence will be higher.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, that's fair. I guess if we're doing a poll question, then that kind of answers what I was going to ask. Because I'm basically saying, how do we prove this? But yeah, if we do a poll question, then that proves it. Okay, interesting.
But, we'll get more season previews as it gets closer. And
isn't that exciting?
Not really. But in those season previews, you'll probably see some folks saying, and Michigan should be on upset watch.
You know, it'd be really funny.
Which is fine.
What?
If Nebraska did beat Michigan.
Yeah.
But then the Huskers still lose to Iowa.
That'd be
hilarious.
That has
hilarious.
Happened. That has happened before.
It happened in 2013, Nick. They beat Michigan, then they lost to Iowa. Bo Pelini swung his hat at an official.
Really funny.
And he thought he was going to get fired.
Imagine beating Michigan but losing to Iowa.
To be fair, that Michigan team sucked. Bad team. Their quarterback wore 98 all year long.
Why do you wear 98?
Because it was some anniversary of something. He looked like a goober. Quarterback should wear normal numbers. That's my take.
You're not. You weren't a Denard Robinson guy?
I liked Denard Robinson. I didn't like him wearing number 98. It's stupid.
Wow.
It's like Doug Flutie wearing 22 or whatever.
Old man take.
Well, you
Very
got
old man of
you got to
yours.
have old man takes, John.
I don't like it when nose tackles wear zero.
What's Denard
Actually,
up
I'm
to
okay
these
with that
days?
one. Denard Robinson?
I mean, if you're okay with a nose tackle wearing 0, you
I
should
can't
be
explain
okay with
it.
a quarterback wearing 98.
Oh, former staff member of the Jaguars.
I can't explain it.
I would say this. I do approve of having numbers assigned to certain positions.
Yeah.
Especially now that, because some teams don't put names on the backs of uniforms. And
By the way, we're wrong. Thank you to Michael, the birthday boy. It was Gardner, Devin Gardner, who wore number 98 for Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
I thought that was Denard Robinson.
Yeah. Early in the season, he was awarded Tom Harmon's Michigan Football Legends jersey, becoming the first Michigan player to wear 98 in over 70 years.
God, for some reason, I thought that was Denard Robinson.
Me too.
Denard Robinson was nicknamed Shoelace because famously he didn't have shoelaces.
Denard Robinson was a lot of fun to watch. That one year when he broke out, that was a good time.
How about that one year where he got hurt against Nebraska and didn't play?
That was
kind of funny.
That was the next year, I think, or 2 years later, 2012.
Nebraska slapped him in
So
the
anyway,
face.
Nick, Nebraska beat Michigan a few times.
And then lost to Iowa.
And then they lost to Iowa. Now Michigan's good.
So what I'm saying is it can happen. Nebraska beating Michigan, but losing to Iowa.
Chance writes, John wants to put numbers on certain groups of people. Problematic.
No, I like the assigned. I like,
whoa,
certain numbers are assigned to certain positions on a football team. That's all.
It does make as a spotter, people forget. it does make doing NFL games a whole lot easier than college.
Yeah, when you're perving on the players, you need
Not perving, pointing.
You got your binoculars on. You're like, ooh, yeah.
No, I don't say, ooh, yeah. I would never say that.
I bet you do.
Unless it's a good play, then I say, ooh.
Ooh, yeah, Scott, look at that one.
No, I would never do that. Scott.
Scott Graham do football?
No, he does the studio show.
Scott Graham does preseason football.
Oh, okay. Probably up in New York.
For the Eagles.
Oh,
That would expose Josh to too much good football.
Josh, if there was ever an opportunity in your life to go spot, but it has to be for the Eagles, would you do that?
I mean, yeah, I'll take the check. Be rooting against him the whole time. Wait, so I'm working for the Philadelphia radio crew?
Yeah.
Man, that guy, I know that guy's voice. I've heard him on highlights before. They wouldn't let me up there.
By the way, how can anyone call you Mr. Football when all you do is expose yourself to bad football?
He's Mr. Fartball now.
Oh, that's
John,
true.
I watch all, unlike you, I watch all football. If there's a
yes.
If the Eagles
I
play
can't
us,
wait to see it that Bell West Omaha Central game.
I don't
this
watch high
fall.
school because I'm not a child.
But
because
you
there's
refuse
kids,
to
he
talk
doesn't
to
want
him.
to talk
Yeah,
to
he
him.
doesn't
But
want to talk
there's
to
a Sunday night game between teams that John hates, and he just gets pouty and turns on a Cubs baseball game. I'll watch the Eagles play the Giants on a Sunday night
Because
football.
who wouldn't rather watch baseball than a football game you don't care about?
You two,
We watch
dorks.
Sunday football all day. My son, his friend come over. We watch the whole damn day.
But then the Cowboys play, and you go,
Yeah, the Cowboys playing, and I laugh my ass off when they choke again.
What about when they played the Rams the last couple of years? What do you do when that happens?
Don't matter.
You cry like a little baby.
Doesn't matter because
Remember Matt Stafford's finger turned
ain't-
into your wrist.
ain't got.
Oh, Micah Parsons hurt me.
Talk a lot of crap for someone that ain't won a Super Bowl in how long?
John, all I care
How
about
long?
is recent wins
How
over the
long?
Rams.
That
is my Super
that's
Bowl.
it. That is your Super Bowl. Well, I'm glad we can be your Super Bowl.
Any games not after or not during COVID or before are bad, but everything after that, good.
The only stat you care about is WOR, wins over Rams.
Wins over Rams. It's a great stat. Charles says Josh Peterson, well-known football pervert. God, I do like football.
You're like staring at those guys
No, I like watching the game, Nick.
and pointing at them.
Yeah, I don't point at the guys. I point at a piece of paper that has their numbers on it.
It's basically just the same as pointing at the guys.
I mean, I'm
Is
sure.
it?
I'm sure for some people, they're spotters at strip clubs. You know,
Probably.
their spotting list. Yeah, that's Candy.
It's funny.
That's
Candy,
Melissa.
Candy was my go-to stripper name too.
There's Ethel.
Why is it always Candy?
I don't know.
but
Jinx.
ask Josh. I mean, he's the one that creates the spotting charts for strip clubs.
I just point at the charts. The announcers make the charts.
Oh.
I just point. John says, "Can we please have 15 minutes of Ballard's Resort commercials instead of a segment on the NBA draft?"
Oh,
John doesn't like it when we bring up the NBA. He emails and says, "Please stop talking about the NBA. We're just talking about Kalkbrenner
Yeah, that's all.
and how high or low he's going to go.
That's it. That's all.
How low can he go?
But don't worry. Coming up next, Mike Schaefer will join us.
Football. He likes football. He likes the NFL. Last time that my team played his team, they won.
Good for them.
It probably won't happen this year. I think the Vikings are going to get him.
Well, I mean, everyone gets the Cowboys, don't
That's not true. Not the Rams in the last 3 seasons, John.
they? Yeah, but in the one that mattered, we kicked your ass. So
God, he did run for a lot of yards that night.
slappy.
That was a bummer.
Speaking of slappy, how was the Cowboys mascot?
I don't know, John. I'm just depressed. But I'm also kind of getting excited. I hate everything.
That you know what? This sounds like
I hate it.
you really could use some therapy.
I go to therapy. Sometimes I talk about the Cowboys.
Well, I think
She's probably like, what the hell are we doing here? You're talking about a football team.
you might suggest extra therapy.
Maybe. We have to have more therapy appointments.
Is this the
during
kind of
football
therapy
season.
where they put like electrodes on your head and they
No, we just
turn up a little
talk.
knob?
She writes notes
And it's
down.
like,
Would it help? Would it help if next time you talk to her, you bring a chart with the numbers of the players that are hurting you?
Yes.
I could. Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith. I can't even watch Saquon Barkley college highlights anymore without getting depressed.
Jeez,
It's gone too deep.
that's rough.
I was watching Penn State highlights from him the other day. It showed up on Twitter, and I was like, wow, he was good. And then I was like, I don't like this. He's too good. Get him off the Eagles. Put him back on the Giants. It was way more fun.
You know, it's only temporary.
Yeah.
He's not going to be good forever.
That's true.
Are you saying he's going to get injured this year, Nick?
I'm saying that when football players get old, like Aaron Rodgers, they get bad.
He was relatively healthy
They
last year.
do that. They do that.
Okay.
All right, so Schaef's going to join us. We'll talk more about the recruits. I did want to ask him about the Jamal Rule commit and whether he feels there's a indication of what Nebraska could be in the running game.
Perfect.
With that and some other topics as well. Because with Schaef, you just never know where it might go.
You never do.
May end up talking about a lot
Wherever we be,
we
be.
On 1620 The Zone.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
And there he is, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Schaefer, how's it going?
It's the end of June. I don't have any enthusiasm for anything right now. The Guardians
anything in life?
Well, yes, things in life. Yes, in the sporting world, it's looking pretty rough for me right now. The Guardians are going into their swoon. Even if they were to make the playoffs, it feels like they'd be like the sixth team and probably not likely to win a series. Football feels like it's forever away. There's just sports just is I don't know. We're in a rough patch right here. The CWS is over. I watched more NBA finals than I intended to. I watched more NHL Stanley Cup finals than I intended to. And now I'm just left with a baseball team that can't score more than 3 runs a game. What am I supposed to do with that?
What about this from Headley? Sounds like Mike needs to get a new item to cook meat in or on.
I do want a pizza oven if people want to contribute. And if you see down here on the super, if you're watching, if you'd like to just sponsor this little space down here under my name, you can put your business or whatever you would like to for just $10 a week. Reach out to me. We'll make that happen. Maybe. I'm sure that's allowed with our good friends over at NRG.
Sure.
I mean, it's your thing. It's not. I don't control that.
Yeah.
It's your little graphic. If you want,
I'm guessing you guys could if you wanted.
We could. Interviews could be sponsored. The Mike Schaefer interview could be brought to you by Schaefer's Pizza Oven.
By Presto's.
Look, if someone just wants to inform me of a lightly used pizza oven that I could buy at reduced costs.
Now we just got one of those. I can't remember what they're called, but it's the little portable one. It's got the little stone on it, and it cooks the pizza.
Yeah,
and it's good.
That's fun.
Like a pizzazz.
Yeah, pizzazz. That's it. That's what we got. It's
how much are those?
I don't know. I wouldn't think they're like that much.
Pizzazz.
Now you're probably talking like something that you have to.
Yeah, like an outdoor.
Like a stone, like a stone pizza.
Oh, those are like hundreds of dollars. But if this was sponsored, that'd be cool.
You could you could make your own.
There's got to be somebody out there who's willing to sponsor the Mike Schaefer interview to help Schaefer have pizza. I love this idea.
Look, I hope this comes to fruition. I love when people give me stuff. I love when people give me money. That's always worked well for me in life. But and it's for a good cause. It's for pizza.
Imagine how many
eating and making pizza.
Imagine how many great Wang nachos we could rename.
Oh my gosh,
Wang Pizza!
This sounds amazing. Yeah. Shape, what about? So you got all this time because you hate sports right now. Have you thought about watching
there
a television?
Any sports happening?
No. I know. I was going to say, what about a movie you've never seen, or a TV show that you've been dying to binge watch? You could do that.
As you know, my entire social media and now texts from coworkers, I've just been inundated by texts about Mindhunter. So I actually thought about just going back and rewatching the first couple seasons of Mindhunter. But I think it's only going to serve to make me mad that it just abruptly stops. And they're setting up this big whole storyline that you never really get to. With what is it? The out of Wichita.
Who was the killer, John, who worked for the postal office?
BTK.
BTK. Yeah.
So
it's a good show. It was a really good show.
Yeah, but the postal office. I think you're thinking of some scam.
But it doesn't finish?
No, because it only lasted 2 seasons, and then it was a very expensive show to make because it's a period piece, and David Fincher did it.
Who cares about it? It's Netflix. They have more money than God.
Yeah, they have
so many period pieces have been made, and they all got. I mean,
because of the viewership, they basically were like, it's just not worth it for us anymore, which is very sad.
It's
It's so
loaded cast. The amount of stuff I watch, I was like, oh yeah, they were on Mindhunter. Mindhunter.
It was Son of Sam, by the way. David Berkowitz. Thank you to birthday boy Michael.
I know my serial killers. I know recruiting, and I know serial killers.
Nah.
I don't want to mix those two things up.
Let's play a game. Recruit or serial killer? Jamal Rule.
That is a recruit and a Nebraska commitment.
Yes.
He kills defenses down in North Carolina.
Nice.
Wow, that's a great transition.
Excellent work, Schaefer.
I wanted to ask you about this because, he's a bigger physical bodied back, and of course, a lot of the talk has been of, what's this offense going to be like? What's this running game going to be like with a former air raid disciple in the offense? What do you think this type of player Nebraska is going after signifies something to you about the future of the running back position and or the running game?
I wouldn't say that, because you look at the other two guys that they were looking at. I mean, Stephen Walker and Brian Bonner. Brian Bonner is 6 foot and 185 pounds. I mean, some of it, I think, especially at running back, we tend to think these guys are going to come in at exactly the weight that they're listed at as a recruit, but they have the opportunity to put some of that weight on, as they before they even arrive at Nebraska. And so I don't know that they were set specifically that they wanted to find a more power back, if you would, and that's how I would describe Jamal Rule. But he does have good bursts. The sort of comparison that I've seen people use, and I don't think it's approximate, but I think it's sort of the same level of athleticism. I think it's more Divino Zigbo-esque, who was a guy that you wouldn't ever say was fast, but if the hole opened up, he was going to hurt you on it. And, he could provide a little bit of punishment in his running style. You didn't have issues with him going through the offensive line or having to run through the line. He wasn't someone who was just going to try to bust it to the outside. I think that's a lot of what Jamal Rule is too. And so he's someone, the other part of him that I think is maybe a little undersold and is a big part of what I think Nebraska is going to do offensively this year and hopefully going forward is catching the ball out of the backfield. I mean, he can do that too. And so he's a very complete running back. I think the way we look at the size profile of being 6 foot, 210 pounds already, you think, oh, he's going to be, by the time he gets here, by the time they put the weight on, he's going to be 230, 225, whatever. He's going to be this power back. But I really think he's the sort of guy that can play in all situations. And he strikes me as someone who puts a lot of care into everything that he does. And if he's asked to be involved as a pass protection person, I think he's probably going to be pretty good at that too. And you put that in the 6 foot, 225 pound package, picking up some of these Big Ten linebackers, like it looks pretty good. I've gone from Jamal Rule felt like it was going to be, you missed out on Brian Bonner, you missed out on Stephen Walker, here's your consolation prize. So over the last month, spending a little bit more time watching the film, talking to different people, kind of thinking about what Nebraska's running back room looks like right now, I actually think this has been a pretty interesting addition for them. I still think, all things being equal, I would love to have seen Nebraska get Brian Bonner because I think he has real big upside. And I don't know that I think of Jamal Rule as someone who's going to have as big of upside, but I do think this is a really nice complementary piece when you look at a Mekhi Nelson or a Jamarian Parker and their body size and playing off of that a little bit with what Nebraska's room looks like in the future. They needed a bit of a power component brought in, I think.
The big commitment of the week was Danny Odum. How big of a fight is Nebraska in for as they try to hold on to this over the next handful of months?
It's interesting because I don't know that it's one where I expect a lot of change forthcoming. It was more getting him to say yes initially was a pretty big deal. And it's not that these other teams won't continue to at least check in on him. But a lot of it was, I think if you can get this commitment early, it shows that the work that you put in, and I say early, it's now late June, and so you're halfway through the cycle, but it shows that the work that they put in January really mattered, that they identified him early, that they were recruiting him early. Some of these schools like in Ohio State came in a little bit later, and he moved up their board because maybe they missed on a couple other guys. They liked him a lot, and they wanted him. They thought they were going to get him on Monday, and Nebraska ends up with that commitment. But I don't know that Ohio State is sitting there thinking, our number one flip target is Danny Odum right now. So I do think Nebraska fans can feel pretty good about this. I don't think it's a CJ Brano situation whereas a guy that they identified early and then everybody else kind of came into, and then he finally got the opportunity to go to these other schools. Danny Odum took visits to Clemson, to Auburn, to Penn State, to Ohio State, to Oklahoma, and he could have committed to any of them. And he chose Nebraska. And I think that signifies how strongly he feels about Addison Williams, John Butler, Matt Rule, and the opportunity here. And there was a feeling kind of coming into the month of June, if he got all the way to that June 20th visit and hadn't committed yet, Nebraska had done so much work ahead of everyone else that assuming that visit wasn't a bomb, they were going to be in a really good spot. And that's ultimately what played out.
How many more commits or what would be a good benchmark for you to see occur for you to say that all of Nebraska's June work came out successful?
It's the sort of class where it's going to be kind of hard to say that it was a huge success. Like I think they're going to end up with some pieces that you really like. They're going to end up with players that are going to develop over time that could be contributors and starters. But I don't know that we're going to look back at this 2026 class and think that this was the backbone of anything. Like it feels like it is a class that sort of will slide in between the really strong work they did at the end of 2025 to get the Dawson Merritts and the Isaiah Moseys and the Cortez Mills, and then what you hope to get out of 2027. I don't know that there's a big, huge commitment waiting around the corner for this class unless they win a bunch of games this fall. And then they get their spatula out and they start trying to flip some of these other recruits. I think they sort of need to show that in order to get to the next rung of recruiting at this point in time. I think they've kind of run out of selling the hope and that Nebraska is about to take off. I think at this point, people need to see it. And I'm not talking about fans. I'm talking recruits because they have the bells and the whistles and people like their coaches and they like coming out here for visits. And there's an NIL component to this that I'm not interested in talking about. And Nebraska is not playing in the same space as some of these other teams. And I don't know if they will be. So that is always going to be out there. But for them to land some of the guys that they had come in from 27 and 28 in those future classes, some of the big name people, for Trey Taylor to be successful in his endeavor as a peer recruiter, it is really imperative for Nebraska to win football games. And with that, they have an opportunity to flip some of these guys maybe that they're going to miss out on or have already missed out on in this 2026 cycle. So I don't know how much I answered your question directly, but I think so. They're sitting at 8 commitments right now. One of those 8 is a very big question mark with Bonwell Witt. I think there's a couple wide receivers they have a great chance with here moving forward. That would get them to either 9 or 10, depending on how you want to do the math. After that, I don't know that there's a whole lot of like, oh, this is really likely to happen. I think there's guys where they have a chance with. But this really feels like a class that might end at 12, 13 people. They might go into the season with 9 commitments, which is a very big departure from the previous 2 years. If you go back and you look at it.
What was it, Schaefer? Was it the 2011 Bo Pelini class that had like
12 class?
That had an unusually small number, but
that
like
class,
what you just said, wasn't it 18? I think back in that year. I mean,
I think it was
small.
I think it was 14. But I want to read you some of the names from that.
Oh, that was wasn't that the Aaron Green?
No, you're thinking of 2011. That was you're off just slightly 1 year. So 2011 was their big haul. That was the 3 running backs, and when you say claim to Braylon Hurd being a multiple
shout out. Yeah.
So you're right. It was 17 in that class, and here's some of the names and a lot of these guys started. Michael Rose-Ivy, Greg McMullen, one of the guys who never manifested or became what people had hoped he would be, Jared Afalava, Mohamed Cisse, who actually had probably a better NFL career than he did Nebraska career. Here's a run of some pretty good players offensively: Jordan Westerkamp, Alonzo Moore, Amani Cross, Tommy Armstrong. Defensively, had Vincent Valentine, Avery Moss, Zaire Anderson, and then some guys who didn't quite work out as you hoped: Corey Whitaker, Paul Thurston, Aaron Curry. But it was, the hit rate on that class, it wasn't 90% or anything, but the guys that hit, your Westerkamps, your Armstrongs, even McMullen, who sort of quit football, or Michael Rose-Ivy, like they were multi-year contributors and starters. If Nebraska can have that, and the difference is they had multiple let's see, they have 6 5-stars in their 17 commitments from 24/7 Sports. Right now they have 1. So it's I don't know if 2026 is going to have the same sort of production that they would have gotten out of that 2012 group.
Yes, but the point ultimately is that was a small class. This will be even smaller. Like that is here's the question, Shay, for you. Is this what the expectation is moving forward? Like they're not going to be this tiny every year, but what's the number going to be?
This is a situation born out of circumstances. Nebraska has a really young roster, so they got a lot of people they want to figure out what they have. They're sort of capped with what they're doing with 105.
Yep.
And then the one that, again, and I try not to have these conversations because I have an absence of information. I only have hearsay, really. And Matt Rule, and not specifically on this, but just more into the NIL valuations of things. But Matt Rule basically spoke like they didn't want to get into this year and overpromise and underdeliver. So they were being very, very, very judicious about who they were recruiting, the type of battles they wanted to be in. There was guys, whether they were Jackson Cantwell or Titan Davis or others that they had identified and seemed to have good relationships with. But when that NIL price tag went far north, Nebraska was not going to play in that playground. They just weren't going to because they didn't know what the House settlement was going to be. They didn't want to have to figure out how to come up with some of that money. And I still think Matt Rule believes that they don't want to be a program that spends a bunch of money on high school recruits. And that is going to be a challenge until they figure out how they can do that and also maintain a roster. Everybody else in, the college football world is having that same challenge too. Some teams, Miami just seems to be spending money out the door. There's no way they're under their whatever the rev share is. There's no possible way that they're going to be there. Neither is Ohio State. Neither is Oregon. We already saw the documentation that Missouri spent $31 million in NIL. What was it, 2 calendar years ago or 1 calendar year ago? So Nebraska is going to have to figure that out. And the clearinghouse is going to be a big part of that. And I'm really fascinated how this all comes together. The way Nebraska handles rev share with what North Carolina just put out, that there's only going to have a handful of programs that are going to receive it. I just don't know how people are going to feel about that. I know this isn't a sport you guys normally talk about, but wrestling is having an outstanding offseason and could be in the mix for another huge recruitment and have a top 5 team coming into next year. Is Nebraska really going to say there's going to be no rev share whatsoever and everything has to be made up from just a small contingent of diehard wrestling fans for a pretty proud program in the really difficult Big Ten like Troy Dannon has his work cut out for him for how Nebraska wants to attack these things. And then on top of it, you have track and field and you have all these other little programs. I don't mean little, you guys know what I mean, but it's a situation where football eats up so much of our conversation. And in theory is going to eat up so much of that rev share pie, but there's all these other sports and Nebraska fans want to be proud about all of these sports. How are they going to accomplish all of this? I just sit here in amazement wondering what this looks like a year from now, because I have no idea. I don't think anybody does.
No.
Yeah. I mean, in reality, this has always been the case, football travels charters while, maybe wrestling travels commercial, stuff like that. It's just now it's more pronounced because now we're talking player salaries.
Correct. We are deciding who will get paid versus who will not get paid.
Correct.
You're deciding what programs ultimately matter and which ones you're like, all right, yeah, you're good, but we're not giving you any money.
Yeah.
Well, like the North Carolina stuff the other day was pretty interesting as they made the announcement that they will pay football, men's and women's basketball, and baseball. And that's it. Now, I think they're going to max out scholarships in the other sport, but that's still different.
Right. It is. It's different. But everyone's going to have a different thing to prioritize. And let's face it, unless you just have infinite resources, everybody from Ohio State on down to Appalachian State is going to have to make decisions and make priorities. And some are going to get left behind. And that's just the breaks of the situation.
The absolutely amazing part of it is so much of this money will go for no return.
Yeah.
It will go for, it is the worst business strategy ever. And yet this is what college athletics are right now. Like it's just truly bonkers. It really is.
meant to ask because it's been a week since we've heard about it, but I've been holding on to this question until we had you on. But last week, Jet Tamala announced he was changing his commit from Iowa State to Alabama. And while this is not going to change what Matt Rule thinks of his quarterback situation, but I do wonder if now the critiques will be even stronger, because it's one thing to play at Iowa State. It's another when you got a Nebraska kid playing at Alabama at such a high profile position.
Yeah. If Trey Taylor's as good as people hope he is, do we care about this?
Probably not.
Nope.
So I guess
unless Trey Taylor loses to Jet Tamala in the national championship game.
Which, if Nebraska's playing in the national championship, you'd take that sight unseen right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't mean that to be glib, but it's one of these things where Nebraska's quarterback recruiting, unlike other areas of its roster, has been so good that it's hard for me to even engage in good faith conversations on this. I'm not going to knock the organization that has taken multiple Elite 11 quarterbacks, had a 5-star in Dylan Raiola, just added Trey Taylor, who has already become a fixture in terms of the fans' minds of what the future is. You still have TJ Lateef in there. You have Marcos Davila. You have Dayton Raiola, who is going to be, for as highly rated as his brother was and as discussed as Dylan was, there are very few recruits that I can think of that get talked about as little as Dayton Raiola does. And maybe the best example might be Drake Martinez, which is sort of fitting in a weird way. But I just don't worry about Nebraska's quarterback recruiting. And if they determine that Jet Tamala wasn't their guy, and I don't know that they even had to determine that because Dayton was already their guy last September, they were never in the mix for recruiting him. So I can't really knock them for that. Right. And I think, I hope Jet has a tremendous senior year and a great career at Alabama. But I don't know why this can't just be a win-win situation for Nebraska and for Jet Tamala. And I also think it's imperative that people just stop thinking every good player in state wants to go to Nebraska or needs to go to Nebraska or whatever. And it's also, if you look at it recently, the guys they have taken, whether it's this staff or the previous staff, haven't really been the difference makers for Nebraska. But a lot of their best in-state players have been guys like Isaac Gifford or John Bullock or people that had sort of a unique path to even being at Nebraska in the first place. So, and that's not to say they shouldn't recruit in-state, because they absolutely should. I just think we have to get more comfortable with the idea that a lot of players are going to be leaving here to go play somewhere else,
especially in the roster limits.
But but let's face it, it's one thing. Like if it's an Ohio kid who ends up at Michigan State, they're kind of used to it because
it's a big state.
It's a big state. There's always a lot of, but this is a little bit new in that we haven't had too many quarterbacks leave the state,
and we certainly haven't had one leave the state for Alabama.
Right.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, we've seen it though. I mean, Zane Flores went to Oklahoma State. We'll see what his career ultimately ends up looking like. I think Braylon Warren is going to be heading out of the state. That's another quarterback that we're going to be discussing over the next year or so. But Nebraska has Trey Taylor, so they never really recruited Braylon Warren. Cole Payton went and won national championships with North Dakota State. Like, if anything, Nebraska has produced a Power 4 or FBS or high-level FCS quarterback almost every year, going back to Heinrich Harburg and Cole Payton. So this isn't an entirely new thing. Daniel Kalen's going to be at Virginia as well, by way of Nebraska. So I just think this is sort of where we're at.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Well, just get on your Roku or whatever streaming device you have and just scan around. You might find some new wacky foreign sports that you will enjoy for the next couple of months.
Wacky foreign sports.
Yeah, there was that sport that Jack was into that had the looked like a cross between rugby and table tennis or something. I don't remember. It was really weird.
Rugby and table tennis?
I don't remember. It was really weird.
Didn't you get into marbles, Schaefer, during the COVID?
Marbles.
Maybe you could watch marbles again.
I did not. I had a radio coworker that was gambling on marble racing during COVID.
Yikes!
But it was not me.
Your bets off. Okay, that's good. I think it's time to catch up on Schaefer, maybe the Great American Novel. Maybe you tackle The Grapes of Wrath or something like that.
Have I read Grapes of Wrath?
I did.
Either have or I've read the
Moby Dick. Have you read Moby Dick before?
I have not read Moby Dick.
Maybe it's time.
I don't know that I'm that enthralled or intrigued to read Moby Dick, to be honest.
I mean, you never are going to have the time like you do right now. There's nothing going on.
Nothing going on. I have a 16-month-old at home.
I'm talking about the sports world.
Yeah, I mean,
what if I just wanted to sit peacefully in the dark after 8 o'clock and enjoy silence?
Okay.
I understand. My dad used to do that. I understand where it comes from now.
Well, then you can't complain about the lack of sports that we have going on. I don't know what you want from me, Schaefer. I'm just trying to give you options.
I appreciate it. It. Thank you.
Well, Schaefer, we'll let you sit back in silence and enjoy the rest of the day.
Guys,
see you later.
Have a good
Bye,
one.
Schaefer.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Spoken like a man who has small children.
Small child.
Or a small child. Yes.
Small child.
Children or child.
Child.
I have no children, but I have a great dog.
Why does
he's still in the green room, by the way. I forgot to show this. We got a graphic of
yes.
Schaefer.
Yep.
I know recruiting and I know serial killers.
I know Schaefer is still in the green room too. He could also get into Major League cricket?
He could get into cricket.
Go Unicorns. The San Francisco Unicorns.
Just don't get into the Savannah Bananas. Just don't do that.
Yeah, no.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's too much of a gimmick for me.
Mm-hmm. Bye, Schaefer.
Bye, Schaefer. From the green room. When we come back, where might Kalkbrenner go? And it could be an interesting night. It could be an interesting night for people connected to Omaha.
Tell me more.
In the draft.
Okay.
That and Tom Fornelli coming up here at the bottom of the hour on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, we're back.
Kids, I would just say this. If you are listening to us in the stream and you're getting tired of a certain commercial that's running over and over, there are other options.
ZoneTV.live.
ZoneTV.live, our YouTube channel, because chances are, if your little streaming device has the Zone app, you can also get YouTube on it, and you can watch the Grum or listen. If you're in the car or something, you just have YouTube running in the background. You can still hear the exact same show with less of one annoying commercial.
Or, and hear me out on this, get your radio dial
to
1620 The Zone.
Whoa, what year is this?
I bought a radio at a thrift store this weekend. It's great.
I love it.
I cleaned it and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love radio, and you know what else I love, Nick?
Lamp.
Basketball.
Yeah. The NBA draft is tonight. Ryan Kalkbrenner looking to go in the first round. Some of the most recent mocks.
Wait a second.
Mock drafts.
Did they make a graphic titled First Round Buzz?
Creighton did, yes.
Interesting.
I mean, they're promoting one of their former players.
I know. That's just...
Did they do that for What's-His-Face?
That's what I don't remember, but they probably did. I'm sure they did something. A lot of people do this.
Okay.
CBS Sports has him going to the Thunder at number 24. Fox and The Athletic have him going to the Celtics to reunite with Baylor Shireman. ESPN and Yahoo to the Suns at 29, and SI and NBC have what is that?
It's the Clippers.
That's the Clippers.
Yeah.
Clippers.
So, yeah, they changed their logo recently.
Some of the buzz. But the thing that's getting some folks fired up this week is the anonymous scouts.
What website did this again?
Well, this was Seth Davis. He did an interview. Can't remember which website it was for.
Is it for Hoops HQ?
Hoops HQ, yes.
Yeah.
And the scouting report,
the Weasel Scouts,
the anonymous scout on Hoops HQ said about Kalkbrenner, not a big fan. He's big and skilled, but he's soft as bleep. When he plays against tough teams, he just wilts.
Like Nebraska.
But he's got talent, so you never know. We're starting to give big guys a chance again, like with Zach Edey and Donovan Clingan. He's a proven rim protector. He struggles sometimes when he's in traffic trying to get rebounds or score. The guy wins games, and he makes their defense a lot better. Someone might take him high, but I wouldn't.
So he's
that's
really
the same guy, the same.
Yeah, this was all
same
the
lady.
same. All the same.
So weird because it's like he's soft, but he's really good at this and this.
By the end of it, he kind of was talking himself into the drafting of Kalkbrenner.
Yeah, but he's soft.
The soft arguments, which again, if you knew what he played through last year,
yeah, he got his balls were struggling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And then, you can't be soft and win in the Big East. You just can't.
Oh, it's not called Welcome to the Soft East.
That's right. It's Welcome to the Big East. But this has always been the knock. And, who knows? Maybe this person last actually saw him play when he was a freshman or something.
Mm-hmm. Why has it been something that's stuck around with him for so many years? Why is that the go-to?
It's easy, and sometimes people look at body language and things like that, and they read too much into it. I'm not saying body language can't be a good barometer, but sometimes it can. Sometimes it's not a good barometer.
Because, I understand why a Nebraska fan would say it. And part of it, rivalries, right?
Most of it is they don't know what they're freaking talking about.
But I think the biggest part is rivalries. I would assume,
they don't know what they're talking.
I'm going to give this scout a little bit of grace, right? To say they've probably watched many games, so it's why is that person coming away with that viewpoint?
Well, but here's the part though. When he plays against tough teams, he just wilts. He's the winningest player in Creighton basketball history in the postseason. All of those teams are tough. Again, I've seen him play. He's had some big games against UConn.
Mm-hmm.
Against guys like Donovan Clingan.
Yeah, for sure.
And Adama Sanogo, who was Klingan's predecessor.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that this person probably saw certain pieces of St. John's games from last year.
And I mean, the Nebraska game last year it's not his finest hour. you know.
Not his finest hour, but if you were watching that game and you saw what Nebraska was doing to defend him, you'd be like, wow, they took some chances. They banked on Creighton not making threes, and guess what happened? They didn't make threes.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
guarantee if Creighton was splashing threes, they either would have gotten A, blown out, or B, would have had to change their plan, which then would have probably opened up Kalkbrenner. I mean, you know, Mac has said this before. It's easier to take away a good big versus a good point guard in today's game. It is. It's true. Because of the way that, you know, folks can play defense. Again, to me, the biggest thing when it comes to Kalkbrenner, and wherever he ends up going, is will he be able to threaten people enough with his shooting to warrant playing time, right?
Yeah.
Because in today's NBA, you got to have 5 shooters on the floor.
And if you're not a shooter, then you got to do something really, 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 really
Right.
well.
And let's face it, he does defend the rim really, really well.
And I wonder how much weight he can put on himself.
Sure.
You know, because he's going to be going up against NBA players.
Now he is 275. He's gotten much
I know,
bigger.
but I think he still needs to be bigger. I think he needs. I mean, everybody needs to be bigger.
Like Shaq bigger.
No, but I mean, everybody. You go to the NBA, it's professional basketball now.
Yeah.
Everybody is going to be bigger and stronger. He needs to put weight, just like Chet Holmgren needs to put some weight on his body. But Chet's 23. He's 23.
Sure.
Like there's still time for it. That doesn't have to be a diss. I think it's a fact.
By the way, in one mock draft, this is from Ryan Hammer, NBA analyst.
More of a Ryan Wrench guy.
Nice.
So he's got Kalkbrenner going to the Celtics, Ryan Nembhard,
Mhm.
former Blue Jay,
Yep,
now
yep.
Gonzaga, going to the Spurs in the second round.
Mm.
Hunter Salas, Omaha's own,
Yep.
going to the Suns in the second round.
Padilla,
Chucky Hepburn,
Omaha's
own,
Bellevue's
Bellevue's own.
Yeah, yeah.
Pacers, John Tanji from Omaha,
Yeah.
going to the Lakers. There
Oh!
could be 5 guys tonight drafted who either have Creighton
Wow.
or / Omaha Metro connection.
That's incredible.
That's pretty cool.
Shout out to Omaha for
That's
getting
pretty
it
cool.
done.
Coming up next, Tom Fornelli.
Speaking of pretty cool.
He put out the best case, worst case scenarios in the Big Ten. What did he say about Nebraska? And more. 1620 The Zone.
Hop on a deluxe motor coach to Lake of the Woods. 4 nights, 3 days of guided walleye fishing, and all meals included. Fresh, wild, walleye, the lake, and you. Head to ballardsresort.com to book your September walleye adventure on Lake of the Woods. Book your adventure, because the best walleye story is just a click away at ballardsresort.com.
Can you imagine how goofy Mike Trout would look wearing those stupid early 2000s Angels uniforms?
He'd look amazing.
No, those are so bad.
They're great uniforms.
They were so bad.
Bring them back.
You mean bring back Tom Fornelli of CBSSports.com, who is
nice.
joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hello, Tom.
Hello. Which uniforms are we talking about here?
The ones that they wore right before they won the World Series, where they were like, it was like a blue color scheme and like a huge.
They did the stupid angel wings on them.
On the A on the hat.
Yeah. No, those were terrible.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn it.
Terrible uniforms. That, and they did those stupid thunder sticks and the rally monkey. I mean, good on Darren Erstad for winning the world championship.
Shout out. Yeah.
Congratulations, but the uniform. Bleh.
Yeah. Not great.
It's like going to a nice steakhouse in a cutoff and jeans. So, Tom, I'm curious. You did recently this week on CBSSports.com. You did every best and worst case scenario in the Big Ten. How much of your tongue was in your cheek on some of these?
I mean, honestly, my initial instinct, just to see what my editor would have done, was going to go through every single team and go, the best case scenario was 12-0, and the worst case scenario was 0-12, and just to see if I could make his head explode and just yell at me a little bit. But I tried to take. There was plenty of tongue in cheek, but I also tried to take a realistic approach as far as what the records would be like. If you're Ohio State, your worst case scenario is, even if things don't work out as you plan, you're still better than just about everybody you're playing. So you're not going to lose more than 3 times. Maybe you would go 8-4. So I tried to keep it as realistic as possible, but also, there was some, it offered the opportunity to get a little stupid, just because most of these scenarios are so out of, touch with reality.
Tom, is there a lesson to be learned from Indiana last year? Because I cannot imagine at any point over the last decade, if we would have done one of these exercises with a program like Indiana, that any of us would have ever written down 11-1 as their best case. And yet, as the joke that you almost sent to your editor, I mean, you could have written 12-0 with them last year and it wouldn't have seen that out of bounds.
Yeah, no, that's the weird thing about the current state of the sport, and that we really don't know, because the transfer portal and not having to sit out for a year has only been around for 3 or 4 seasons now, and there's not really enough evidence to truly know. You can look at what happened at Florida State, whereas one year they hit the portal really hard, and then they're going 12-0, and then Jordan Travis gets hurt and kills it all. But then the next year they hit the portal again, and they go 2-10. So you see that kind of volatility when you see these schools that are very heavily reliant on the transfer portal. And when you look at Indiana last year, I mean, I feel like there was a bit of a perfect storm situation going on there. It wasn't just that Kurt Cignetti's coming in and he's bringing a lot of his players with him from James Madison in the transfer portal to help that class. And he got Curtis Rourke, who was an under kind of appreciated quarterback out of the MAC, who'd been hurt the year before, but before that with the Ohio Bobcats was a very good player. But you take that, and then you take a schedule that was, downright friendly, because if you look at it, the teams that they beat in the regular season, nobody finished the regular season with more than 7 wins. It was an easy schedule. Anybody they played that was better than that, they lost to. So you look at that situation, and a lot of the key players from that team are gone, but they've had more success again in the portal this year. And I would argue, as much as I liked Curtis Rourke, Fernando Mendoza is probably a better quarterback than Curtis Rourke was as far as the talent and that kind of stuff. So if he comes in and he hits, this is a team that could once again be very good. It's just their schedule's not nearly as friendly this year. So it's a really strange situation to come up with, where at the one end, Indiana can go 11-1, and if they do, it won't really shock anybody because they're coming off of the year in which they were with the playoff. But then at the same time, I've got Indiana fans mad at me for saying that they could go 5-7, and they're like, bro, you're Indiana. The worst case scenario being 5-7 is your dream. What are you talking about? So it's one of the more interesting spots in the country right now.
Tom Fornelli of CBS Sports joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Speaking of schedules, Illinois, Maryland, and Nebraska, by most of the metrics, have the 3 easiest schedules in the Big Ten. Who do you think of those 3 needs to take advantage of that opportunity the most?
I think if you're Michael Oxley, you're arguing Maryland, because I might get fired if we don't take advantage of it. Whereas I feel like both Brett Bielema and Matt Rule have a little more job security than that at this point. But I think just as far as realistic expectations, like if you're Maryland, taking advantage of it is getting back to a bowl game, which, whoop-de freaking do. If you're the Terps, that's not really going to make anybody excited. Whereas Nebraska and Illinois, I think, are 2 teams that actually have playoff ceilings if they take advantage of their schedules, which I do think is working in both of their favors. And you look at Illinois, I think the argument for the Illini is they've got plenty of experience coming back. They've got Luke Altmaier, who's in his 3rd year as the starting quarterback. They've got their entire offensive line back. They've got a lot of key players on defense. They lose their 2 top receivers, but this is still a Brett Bielema team. And while they throw the ball more than typical than you think of when his Wisconsin teams, they still are built on their ground game. So I don't know if it's a huge loss. And then you look at it from the Nebraska perspective, Tony White's gone on the defense, but you still should be solid on that side of the ball because it's not really going to see a huge scheme shift from what you were doing. And in offense, the question mark is obviously at the receiver spot, kind of like Illinois, where you're replacing a couple of, big time contributors for you there, but you've got experienced talent. You've also got, freshmen coming in who could be immediate contributors, but the X factor is at quarterback with Dylan Raiola. He's a 5-star player. He was a 5-star prospect for a reason. And we saw last year, there were throws, there were flashes of that 5-star talent. But at the same time, anytime a true freshman is starting, particularly in a league as tough as the Big Ten, there are going to be ups and downs. And we saw some of the downs, the inconsistencies. But if he could kind of take that next step forward in that development, especially with Dana Holgerson as the offensive coordinator, and we saw improvement there on that offense when Dana started calling plays for the Huskers last year, that's a team where you look at the Big Ten, like Ohio State's going to have a new quarterback. Oregon's going to have a new quarterback. Michigan's going to have a new quarterback. Like all the top contenders outside of Penn State have questions at quarterback. If Raiola can hit that, that next level, there's an argument to be made that he's the best quarterback in the conference if he reaches his potential. And in the college football landscape, that goes a very long way. Might not be enough to get Nebraska to the Big Ten championship and winning it, but it would certainly have them in the playoff conversation as an at-large for that 4th team that the Big Ten's likely to get.
Tom, going through those reasons again, and you mentioned them in your story, Dylan Raiola takes a step forward with the help of Dana Holgerson. The receiver room is much improved. The defense doesn't really feel the loss of Tony White as much. Which of those seems to be the most realistic to happen for Nebraska on the field in 2025 in your eyes?
I think the most realistic is that I like Tony White a lot as a defensive coordinator. I just think that talent-wise, I've always felt that scheme is important on defense, but more than anything, you need talent. Like any defensive coordinator can look very good with a bunch of 4- and 5-star players on their defense. You don't really have to do a whole lot. And I look at the unit, and I know they lose a couple of guys that were on the unit last year, and they've got, there's some question marks as far as replacements are going. But I just think as a whole, the talent level is pretty similar to what we saw last year. So I don't think you're going to see a huge drop off on the defense. You might even see a little bit of an improvement. So I think that's the one thing I'm not overly concerned about. To me, the bigger question will be on offense, the receiver position. Can those guys step up and fill those roles? Because you had some good guys on the outside. They're big bodies who were able to, maybe if Raiola's throws weren't perfect, you had the big body guys who could go and snatch it out of the air anyway and help move the chains, just body linebackers off of them at the, at the chain markers. So that's the one thing I think needs to be seen going forward, whether they have those guys capable of just keeping drives going.
Tom Fornelli of CBS Sports. Were you tempted when you chose Iowa's bottom to just go 6-6 because for Iowa, that's just who they are, and they never seem to go 4-8 anymore?
Yeah, I mean, yes. I was toying with the idea of being the ceiling 8-4 and the floor 6-6. But I will say, to their credit, like, it gets overlooked because there are so many jokes about Iowa and how that offense has been, but the offense was kind of good last year. Like Caleb Johnson was the star of it. Caleb Johnson was the driving force behind it, but there was the injuries at quarterback that kind of caused them to go super one-dimensional, and Caleb Johnson was able to hit enough home runs to overcome it. But just overall, that was a team that was scoring far more points than we'd seen Iowa do in the year or two before. So they were starting to get back to their level as far as, offense had been concerned. The bigger question to me about Iowa last year, and honestly the last couple of years, is defensively, they're kind of slipping a little bit. Like 2 years ago, they forced enough turnovers to just kind of, paper over the cracks so you didn't really notice it. But once those turnovers weren't really there at the same level last year, that was a defense that was far more gettable than we're used to seeing from an Iowa Hawkeyes team in the last decade or so. So for me, going into the year, I think offensively they're going to be better. I think at least they'll be balanced. If they're not better, you'll see more of a threat in the passing attack with Gronowski, who might not be a household name, but he was a pretty good player at South Dakota State, and I think that he's got a good enough arm to make some throws and keep that offense moving. But defensively, I need to see that team get back to where they were as far as the talent level and getting after the quarterback, because that just hasn't been there. For Iowa, it has essentially been for 2 years now. We either force a turnover or we give up points.
Tom, what's your read on Bryce Underwood being a true freshman starter at Michigan this year? What are you expecting from him as a quarterback?
He's going to be the best quarterback since Cam Newton. I will say, like, I've never seen Bryce play outside of video clips or any of those camps, but the people I talk to, they do really say that talent-wise, people that know, they're like, this is a very, very good player. The question will be, can he live up to it as a freshman? And that's the one thing we saw, like with Dylan Raiola at Nebraska. True freshmen come in and you're coming in the Big Ten. No matter how talented you are, odds are you're going to run into some problems just because, you've never played at this level. The game moves at a different speed, and you're playing far better teams than anything you've seen to that point. But again, everything I hear about this kid as far as talent is he is a special player who can make a difference for teams. So if he's just the kind of kid that can come in as a freshman and use his arm, which is very, very strong, and I hear it's pretty darn accurate too, and then he's also pretty lethal as a runner, it gives you the idea that if he clicks, this is a Michigan team that could be very, very good. If he doesn't and he struggles, you have to look back to last year and you look at Michigan's quarterbacks, and to be as kind as I can be, they were terrible. And this is a team that still won 8 games because of what they had on the defensive side of the ball and their ability to at least run the ball semi-effectively, even though defenses didn't have to care about the passing game whatsoever. So even if Underwood comes in and he's just an average Big Ten quarterback, that's a huge leap forward from what they had on offense last year. And then the question becomes, can they replace all the key players they lost on defense? So my anticipation is the offense will be better and the defense is probably going to be a little bit worse. So you're going to see a Michigan team that's floating around that 8-9 win mark. But if Underwood kind of hits his stride early and just kind of blows up, this is a team that can win 10, 11, or 12 games.
So, Tom, you've got the Michigan story, and they're trying to bounce back with a freshman, stud quarterback. You got Ohio State, who's the defending champs. Oregon's trying to repeat as conference champs. Penn State's got the huge expectations. Illinois seems to be everyone's, they're this year's Indiana. I'm curious, of all of the on-field stories in the Big Ten this season, what is the most interesting story to you?
I would argue it's Penn State's situation because they're following the blueprint of Ohio State and Michigan the last 2 years, where they were able to retain a lot of key guys. I mean, yes, they lost Abdul Carter to the NFL draft. There was no amount of NIL money they were going to be able to scrounge up to convince him to come back for another year. But we have to remember, like the year before last season, Abdul Carter wasn't even an edge rusher. They had Chop Robinson, who they also lost, and they replaced with Abdul Carter. They still have denied Dennis Sutton Smith and those guys on defense. So I think defensively, they're still going to be fine. My question for Penn State, though, is as much as I like Nick Singleton and Katron Allen, you have to replace Tyler Warren, who was kind of the easy button in the passing game. And I know that they've brought some guys in through the transfer portal, but we've seen Penn State bring in receivers through the transfer portal in recent years, and those guys haven't hit for whatever reason. And I think whatever reason is Drew Aller. To me, Drew Aller is a very talented player. And when he's playing teams in which his team is the better team and he has more talent on his side, he looks really good. But when Penn State goes up against somebody of equal footing or perhaps better, the Ohio States, your Oregons, your Michigans, he struggles. He does not do well against really talented defenses. His ability to move the ball downfield just completely disappears, becomes kind of like a dink and dunk merchant, and he just does not complete a lot of passes. He gets flustered in the pocket. He needs to take a huge step forward if I'm going to buy in on the idea that Penn State is the best team in the Big Ten and a legit national title contender. So I understand the thought process behind it because of the success Michigan and Ohio State have had doing similar things. But until I see Drew Aller having a big game in a big game, I'm just not getting on board.
Tom Fornelli, CBSSports.com. Go check out that story this week on the best and worst case scenarios for all of the Big Ten teams. And the best part for Tom is now to hit the 1,000-word, barrier. Now that there's 18 teams, it's just so much easier to get those words in when you have more teams to break down.
I need to take a nap by the time I get through all 18 of these things. It used to be so much easier. See, I am the real victim of conference realignment here. Covering it used to just be 14 blurbs I had to write. Now it's 18. Nobody is considering my time and effort.
Exactly.
Well, we appreciate it, Tom.
We did appreciate it. It was a very entertaining read. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Tom Fornelli joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone.
I agree with him. I think Penn State's the answer. Not that like other schools are old hat, but we just saw Ohio State win the national championship. We saw Michigan win it a couple of years ago. Oregon, I think they're going to take a bit of a step back as the quarterback changes over. This has got to be the year for Penn State. And we've said that multiple times in the James Franklin era, but this has got to be the year for them with all the players that they're bringing back. As Tom wrote, they're following the blueprint of the last two national champions, Michigan, Ohio State. Brought back a lot of players, very veteran players, brought back I guess Ohio State brought in a quarterback who had experience, whereas Penn State was able to bring theirs back. They have a good run game. They have talented players all over the place. Their best player's not on their team anymore. He's in the NFL now, and Abdul Carter, but it's a really good team, and they get the Oregon game at home, and the Ohio State game's not till early November. Plenty of runway. It's a good schedule, I think, for them too.
I think something to branch off of the Penn State story. If the Big Ten is truly going to show the world that they are equal to, if not greater than the SEC, I think it's important that they get a team like a Penn State, or it could be an Oregon, it could be anyone else. Anyone not named Michigan and Ohio State. If they win the championship this year, they'll have a much stronger argument, because my argument is I still don't feel that the Big Ten has exceeded the SEC, because look at the two teams who won. It's Ohio State and Michigan, the same two. But if you show you've got some depth, and a team like a Penn State or an Oregon or anybody else can make that run, then you've got a really solid argument that, we are good.
It doesn't just have to be the
It doesn't just have to be the two teams that always carry the weight, because that, and sure, some might say, well, but it's only been Alabama and Georgia. No, it hasn't.
LSU.
You had Auburn, you had LSU,
Florida,
you had Florida
back in the day.
And so there was so many teams.
Yeah. Isn't it the same conversation that we've had about the Big East, where it's like Villanova wins, but it'd be and then UConn, but those teams had won championships before. It'd be really nice for the league if they were able to have somebody make the Final Four that is not one of those two teams.
Like DePaul.
Like yes. Now that would do wonders for the Big East. People would say. But yeah,
I think you'd have people going, they're in the Big East.
John, I think that's fair. I mean, the top of the Big Ten is as good as the top of any conference. The middle class, not so much.
The middle class and the lower class, no.
Yeah. Yeah. And so having a robust middle class and having teams that you feel like can, go to the top of the conference that aren't named Ohio State and Michigan.
And will the Big Ten get 4 teams in the playoff again this year?
That's a good preseason topic. 3.5 is the number. I think they'll get Ohio State and Penn State. Those are the two that I feel the most confident about. And I probably put Oregon in that mix too. But the 4th team, that's where it gets tough. Can Michigan take that big of a step forward this next year? I don't think so. I don't think that Indiana is going to be able to hang around. I don't think Illinois and Nebraska, Wisconsin, USC, I don't think those teams are going to be able to hang around either. D'Lo writes, how many teams need to be relevant to match the SEC? 4. Big Ten had 2 in the Final Four and the number 1 overall seed last year. What else do you want? I understand what you're saying. You're just wanting a different champion.
Okay, but it's 1 year. That was 1 year. I'm saying, because the argument has been over a long period of time. And so, yes, to show that you've got more depth than just those two schools would be, I think it's important. Because, you just look and we'll have, we'll have some stuff later on, but, when we looked at the K-Ford stuff with, teams that had the mulligans and teams, how many wins did they need to have to be in the race, in the at-large race? You had all those SEC teams with 8 and 9 wins.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Big Ten teams, including the Ohio States and the USCs, were sitting in the 10-win category. Why? Because
middle class is bad.
The middle class and the lower class are lesser than what the SEC has. I'd like to see some more depth, right?
Well, again, I mean, to go back to the original part of the conversation, the SEC became the SEC, 20 years ago now, because the depth. It wasn't just that Alabama was winning. There's a difference between Alabama winning all the time and everybody else.
Sure, did it help? Because it always helps. We always look at it based on who won at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But the real quality of a conference is what it does below number one.
Again, so here are the champions. Florida kicked it off, right? And they won twice in 3 years. So Florida. LSU won it in 2007. In 2009, Alabama got their first title. Then Auburn won one. So we're at 4 different schools between 2006 and 2010. Then Bama won a couple of them, yeah. And then it broke through. Florida State won. Clemson was going to win one.
Sure.
Ohio State, etc. Florida State. But then
Here
what
came
happens?
Georgia.
Exactly. Georgia and LSU pick up championships, and then Alabama yet again. So like that's the thing is, what's that? Is that 5 different universities? 5 different universities. When you throw in Georgia, like that's some depth. And remember, throughout the majority of that, it was a 12 and then a 14 team conference. This isn't even counting Texas, who has won a championship, and Oklahoma has won a championship in this century. Whereas the Big Ten, the teams that they have added, USC has won. It's been a while. Nebraska's won a title. It's been a real long time for them. But Washington, I mean, you got to go back even before Nebraska, and Oregon's never won one. Whereas the teams that the SEC added, Texas A&M billion years ago, but certainly Texas and certainly Oklahoma. Cats Are Funny says, y'all's SEC glaze is weird. I'm defending the Big Ten. What are you talking about? I understand what John's saying, though. You just want to see another team win a championship.
Sure.
That said, I disagree with John. I do think that Big Ten is better than the SEC because they proved it on the field.
Only 2 teams.
Yeah,
that's it.
They've only played 2 years in the last 2 years, John. So, what more do you want? Over the course of that, you can't have more than 2 champions over the course of 2 years.
I understand that, but when I look at discussions of greatness, it's A, over time, and B, give me top to bottom. Don't just tell me about the top. Tell me about the middle. Tell me about the bottom and how good it is. And
I don't care about the bottom. That doesn't matter to me.
Well, it does.
For how tough a conference is, I don't care about how it matters. The top and the middle class are what decides this discussion. The top of the Big Ten's got covered.
But even in that, the SEC wins.
Sure. No, I agree. I don't care that Mississippi State could beat Northwestern. That doesn't matter to me. Now, the middle class stuff, those teams need to get better.
Yeah.
Nebraska, USC, Wisconsin, Iowa. I mean, Indiana, shout out to them. Illinois, those teams, Washington, those teams are the ones that need to get better.
Coming up, did you ever think you'd hear about the word tanking in college football?
What?
It's part of the NIL today, which is next on 1620 The Zone. some cleaning. Gotta take it out, clean it off.
I don't want to clean it. Well, I guess we can get rid of Nick on the blanket. All right, there you go, John. I deleted something for you.
Wow, good job. It is the NIL today.
Mm-hmm.
There was an interesting story. This was during the College World Series, so I didn't get a chance to really dive into it. But
yeah,
folks from The Athletic were
Can we keep that one?
talking to different folks within the industry now that the unsettlement is official.
Unsettlement.
Yeah. And the clearinghouse, the NIL clearinghouse, NIL Go.
I hate it.
The most lame clearinghouse to ever exist.
Yeah. Keep in mind, the athletes turn in these things, right? So
the universities do.
Well, when they get the deal, here, I'll just read from the story. Industry sources familiar with the clearinghouse and enforcement plan insist it will have more and swifter latitude and punitive power than the NCAA wielded in the NIL era. Until it actually drops that hammer, it's done little to scare off coaches and recruiting staffs with passionate, deep-pocket donors. A number of sources questioned whether athletes will even report their third-party deals or do so accurately. Others suggested that the deals getting challenged by the clearinghouse or the fact that they have to be disclosed at all could spark more antitrust legal action from collectives. Quote, if you tell a booster or business owner they can't give a star player $2 million, there will be lawsuits.
Or they'll just do it under the table again.
There's no enforcing this. Fair market value? F Deloitte. This is going to get even crazier. And we've been making that argument for a while. How do you determine fair market value?
It's impossible because some person might think that John Bishop is worth $10 to say, hi, I'm John Bishop, buy Fritos. Another person might say, I'm willing to give him $20. It's like if you go to an auction for a piece of artwork.
Sure.
You might not think the Picasso is worth $2 million.
You get a Picasso.
I'm betting you don't believe a Picasso. You're never going to spend $2 million on a Picasso.
Hell no. I don't even know what that damn thing is.
But some rich person will. And so would Deloitte side with you? Nope, sorry. The Picasso painting's not worth $2 million.
$20.
You can't decide that.
No, you really can't.
And, I mentioned this Monday maybe. I have a source close to a collective inside of the state of Nebraska who told me about how they are testing the waters, how they turned in a deal, whatever we want to call it, whatever nomenclature we want to use.
An NIL deal.
They turned in one.
Third party NIL
and it was told it was like, hey, it's not a ton of money, but it's also not $600. They wanted to test to see if it would get approved. Now, that's all I know. I don't know any of the particulars. I don't know who this is for or what they are purported to, what the sponsorship is, if you will. But I know that happened. Now, I don't know if they have heard back yet from Deloitte. Well, I assume that they haven't. So when it happens, I'm looking forward to getting the answer. But this is something I just don't know how it's going to work. How you are going to tell somebody, sorry, that Picasso is actually worth $600 and not $2 million. I don't know how you can tell that to anybody.
The word tanking, it's a
dirty word.
It's a dirty word. It like scares people in the industry of sports like the boogeyman.
Yep.
Because the idea that teams would intentionally throw out their seasons in order to improve, now in professional sports, it's a draft status. But there is an element, and this was again quoted in this athletic story from a couple of weeks ago, that because of the way the calendar works, it could lead potentially to tanking in college football. Here's what we mean.
Yeah.
Universities run on the fiscal year calendar, which goes July to June. In fact, the fiscal year will be ending here at the end of this month.
Which is why all this stuff is kicking in on July 1st, just like NIL kicked in on July 1st, 2021.
This means each football season is split across two separate revenue share budgets.
Yeah.
Because the revenue share budget that's going to be starting for this year starts on July 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And that runs through next June. And then the next $20.5 million, theoretically, revenue share budget kicks in a year from July. And so on and so on. So a personnel director who was quoted in this story said, if you spend, and he's quoting $15 million because that's roughly a ballpark estimate of what a lot of these big boy football schools are going to spend revenue share wise on football.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 15 of their $20.5 million will go to football.
Correct.
If you spend all $15 million on players for the 2025 season, then you aren't going to be able to pay anyone for the 2026 season until July 1st, 2026, because of, again, where the fiscal year starts. This will require thoughtful budgeting and could spark some innovative approaches, some more palatable than others. Tanking. If a team has glaring roster holes at quarterback or other key positions, it could elect to save its revenue share money and go all in on the transfer portal when the season ends, with a bigger war chest than most of its competitors.
Because it would count.
Correct.
That's so stupid.
Correct. And so they're not saying it is going to happen, but it's certainly a possibility.
It's a smart idea. I
Sure
think
it
it's
is.
stupid, but it's a smart idea.
Sure
you
it
know,
is.
If you think that you have a better chance to land somebody in the next cycle, but it still counts for today's cost, who's going to stop you?
Yeah, getting all of these. I mean, when we've been talking calendars, college football calendars, basketball calendars, we've been talking about, where's the transfer portal in conjunction with signing day, in conjunction with the start of this, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Now we have to consider the fiscal year,
Mm-hmm.
which is probably because that's not changing. Okay. These universities aren't going to change because remember, it's the whole university. It's not just the athletic department. They're not going to change their calendars to a football calendar, for example.
Well, and to be
fit
fair,
their fiscal year, like in the NFL.
I was going to say the NFL's fiscal calendar does not start on the opener. It starts in March.
But it's called but they call it the start of the NFL year.
Yeah,
and it coincides with the free agency period, and it's right before the draft.
I was going to say it's after the Super Bowl. Yeah,
exactly. It all works together.
We are in the 2025 NFL season right now in terms of their calendar.
So that's not going to change.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to change a whole lot. So I thought that was interesting. Then I saw this yesterday. This is Trev Alberts. You remember Trev.
Yeah.
But Trev was talking about how they plan to use NIL at Texas A&M. And
we're going to be cheap as hell.
They are partners with Playfly Sports, who are also partners with Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And according to Front Office Sports, through that partnership, A&M will have 4 people whose job it is to search for NIL deals for Aggie athletes across all sports. The group will report to a new position within the athletic department that is held by an attorney with experience in NIL. And their team is going to go out there and try to find these deals for athletes.
Mm-hmm.
The universities are. Because if your $15 million revenue share falls short and you need more people, you're going to have to make up for it with third-party NIL. And so how A&M is going to do this, and I'm sure other schools are probably going to do this, they're going to have departments within the athletic department whose job it is. There's people within an athletic department whose job it is to sell advertising,
mm-hmm.
sell programs, sell just different things, sponsorships for the school. Now they're going to be out there basically pitching sales propositions for third-party NIL so they can hook up their athletes with this extra cash that they need.
Mm-hmm. Got to do what you got to do to win, right?
Exactly.
Well, and, some other interesting stuff that I've had written down or saved over the course of the last couple of weeks. I gave that quote recently, I think on Monday, about how the amount of money paid to players is going to go down by like 80%, which I think is ridiculous. But I saw this. Stuart Mandel has also kind of found all this very curious because he's like, that's not how any society works. If you get paid $10 today, in 6 months, you're not going to be okay with me paying you $8 to do the same job. That's not how anything works. Mandel wrote, CBS Sports recently reported that Texas Tech is locked into NIL deals totaling $55 million for the upcoming school year between RevShare and its collective. Tech mega booster, you remember this name, John, Cody Campbell, confirmed that number to my colleague, Sam Kahn. So real quick pause. So that's a true number then. We know that number because he confirmed it. Back to Mandel. Either their payroll is going to go down by more than 60% a year from now, or, as I strongly suspect, a judge will have long since issued an injunction that ties the enforcer's hand. Like, I do not think that this is going to go as the people in the sport, whether it's a Florida men's basketball coach who says that guys are going to make 10 to 20% of what they're making right now, or anybody else, because that's not how these things work.
But isn't he saying if everyone plays by the rules.
Sure. Well, that's the thing. Yes. Above board, I still don't think above board it's going to go down by 80%. But yeah, if you start throwing in, the money on the black market.
But if things are enforced, and that's the thing, we haven't seen anyone get pinched yet. We don't know how good the enforcement is until someone actually gets pinched. And basically,
and remember, this isn't the NCAA who's doing this, though. So
but it's people who are involved with the schools who are the NCAA.
But so let's say Deloitte says you did this wrong. What are they going to do about it?
Right. Good question. And if it's not strong enough, then, no rules are worth a damn if they're not enforced.
Yeah.
Speed limits aren't worth a damn if they're not enforced.
Hey, I could tell a kid that I see when I'm walking banks, you're grounded. That doesn't mean anything coming from me.
That would involve you talking to a kid that you see.
But it doesn't mean anything coming from me, right?
Right.
And so that's the whole shebang with all this.
Yeah.
You are spot on. A speed limit doesn't matter unless if a tree falls in the forest, is it there to make a sound? If it's Deloitte that's going after these schools, what's going to happen?
Yeah. That is your NIL today.
I love college sports.
Aren't you excited for the possibility that, Nebraska might say, you know what? We need to pay another quarterback, so let's just tank for this.
No.
I don't think Nebraska has to actively try to tank.
Hey!
What?
Nick!
Are you saying that they've been losing like this on purpose?
Their best case scenario is 11-1 this year, Nick.
No, I'm saying they've been losing like this on purpose, but not intentionally.
Which is actually even worse.
I see.
Even worse.
Well, coming up, Nick's favorite coach sounds like he's got sounds like a young man again.
Nick has a favorite coach?
He does.
Okay. Also, I cleaned up the StreamYard for you, John.
Good.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of this
you kneeled the StreamYard?
Well, John was getting
Tornado season isn't over. You can't get rid of the tornado
such
graphic.
a bad graphic. You made it as a bit.
But it's an important bit.
All right, fine. I'll leave it in there. I'll leave it in there for you.
We will continue. Also, dumb debates. If you have a dumb debate,
John,
send it our way.
We just got one from Chris that is tremendous that I look forward to discussing later on.
We will do that and a whole lot more. You can send yours into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 and use the hashtag dumb debates 1620 the zone. Man, how nice is this? Michael Severe is so famous. He's got Mike Ditka and Mace Windu wishing him a happy birthday on Twitter.
The best Jedi?
No, actually, it's interesting you say that, Nick, because the birthday greeting from Mace Windu to Michael Severe says, worst Jedi here, wishing Michael the best birthday.
Wow, he acknowledged that he's the worst Jedi?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
I mean, it's good. It's good that Mace has self-awareness.
Happy
of
birthday,
how bad he is.
Michael.
Yes, happy birthday,
Happy
Michael.
birthday, Michael.
I'm so excited for Michael.
Because it's his birthday?
Yes, it's fun to have your birthday.
Michael, what's your birthday dinner tonight?
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking of,
guarantee it's
too.
probably something that he's making.
You know,
I bet it's good.
I haven't started
sure
thinking
it
about
is.
my birthday dinner yet, but it'll be time.
It's going to be, what,
Shortly.
5 thighs from Popeyes?
Not a bad idea, Nick. I did that last night. Issue is I don't know where I'll be that weekend, so I might change.
You'll
my
be doing
plans.
Big Red overreaction, a perfect
You'll be
birthday
pointing
present.
at dudes with your binoculars.
Yep, pointing at dudes and leering at them through your binoculars.
You might get whatever Minnesota's version of Val's Pizza is.
No, I'll be good. By the way, it sounds like we have fixed the app.
Oh,
shout out to
the fixer,
to the great whoever it was, to the great people behind this company.
Thank you.
I think it was our boss, Steve.
So those of you,
in the words of Augie Garrido, thank you, Steve.
So for those of you who were annoyed because the app earlier was playing one commercial on repeat
after commercial,
it's not. It apparently is fixed.
Gosh, that's amazing.
It's the beauty of technology is you can fix it.
I love technology. So next time we make a mistake, just let us know, inundate us, and then we'll just forward that along.
Make sure you inundate Josh.
No, inundate John.
No, inundate Josh.
We can inundate everybody.
Perfect. But
Because
I
if
took
you inundate me, I'm just going to play the app over the microphone.
Don't inundate John, inundate me. Thank you. I'm
You
happy.
just got duck seasoned.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help.
Scott Docterman, friend of the Grum,
yes,
did an interview this week with Kirk Ferentz,
That's Nick's favorite
the
coach.
near 70-year-old coach.
Oh.
He's turning 70 on August 1st.
He could almost be the president. He's almost old enough.
We need to do something for Kirk Ferentz's birthday.
Go Hawks.
No. Well, when is it? When's his
August
birthday?
1st.
Wow, that'll be football month. What should we do?
I don't know. That's why I'm saying we should do something.
Okay.
I don't know what, but we should do something. Maybe have a cake in his honor.
Let's send Eric Crouch to him to
Let's do
run
some-
him over like it's 1999.
Let's do some angel food cake because, old people like angel food cake.
Do they? Let's send him a box of Werther's.
Maybe that's not fair. I only equate angel food cake with old people liking it because my dear departed grandma Bishop loved angel food.
So there's
And
angel.
So I just always assume that people that were
That
old,
does look like an old cake. What kind of kid wants a cake without frosting
Have
on
you
it? I've had it before.
No, angel food cakes can have frosting.
Well,
on it.
the photo that showed up on Google, there's no frosting.
Well, yeah, that's just.
Well, if you
but
want
can-
frosting, that's a devil food cake.
Nice.
No, that's real.
Nice. But like John said, well, John, all these photos, there's no frosting on this angel food cake.
Well, but with angel, because there's a different. It's a lighter, airier cake.
Is that why it's for olds?
Well, I see. Again, I only equated that because my grandma Bishop liked angel food cake, and I just assumed, oh, it must be an old people
For their teethies. I think we should
But she
send him
loved
some
it.
Werther's.
Think Kirk Ferentz is a Werther's guy?
He's 70. Of course he's a
He's
Werther's
absolutely
guy.
a Werther's guy.
And this was the lead of the story, the quote from Kirk Ferentz. In some crazy way, I enjoy all the crazy stuff that's going on the last couple of years here with our game and the landscape and all that. It's almost like a challenge in some ways. And then the single best part is just the people you work with, and that hasn't changed. And he's talking about the craziness being NIL and paying players and things of that nature. He said, I think we all agree, at least I do, that the revenue has really grown at a pace no one foresaw, so it ought to be redistributed.
Redistributed?
Redistributed.
I have those words too.
Whatever the numbers are on that, that's for somebody else to decide. I think it's great. This is easily the most interesting time we have ever faced.
Honestly, a surprise to hear somebody of his age who's been in the sport this long have that kind of opinion. And that is not me. That's not a slight. It's just me being surprised. Because a lot of coaches who are this long in the tooth, well, first of all, they're not this long in the tooth anymore in the sport. They leave. And if they are in the sport, they're usually complaining. So shout out to Kirk. And he's right. The success of college football is based off of the athletes. Those are the players that we're watching, and they deserve something, which they're getting now.
Josh Peterson, Kirk Ferentz is right.
Damn it. But in all seriousness, Harbaugh was saying the same thing a few years ago. They got all these billions of dollars coming in with television revenue, and we're asking them to play more football games.
I think the annoyance isn't with that they're getting money.
It's the portal.
Well, a lot of it is the portal, but then it's also all the other unnecessary stuff. It's
players coming in and asking for more money after they just signed a contract.
Exactly. It's the fact that there are no binding contracts.
Correct.
The fact that you have some bad actors out there as agents for some of these players. That you have agents out there calling coaches all the time saying, "Hey, I got a guy for you," or "I've got a group of guys for you," and they're already with another school. And it's that kind of stuff that I think annoys some of these older coaches than the idea of, hey, Johnny All-American's going to get some money for doing what he does. I don't think there's as many of those people as you think they are. I say you, the general you. Because people like Kirk Ferentz and others, they got to deal with that crap, which is why now they've got general managers and all these front office people who are trying to siphon through this. One thing that needs to happen, absolutely needs to happen, in my opinion, we need some kind of a certification process.
For the agents?
Yeah,
you have to have that in the NFL.
Because, and I was talking about this today with my occupational therapist. He was doing the stretchy stiff on my arms and stuff.
Stretchy stiff.
Doing a lot of stretches now. I'm very stretchy.
Oh, Stretch Armstrong over here.
But the idea that you have a lot of young people who maybe didn't come from a great family life for whatever reason, or maybe their parents just don't understand all the inner workings. And listen, I don't blame anyone if they don't, because it can be a very complex place. And then you get these folks who just kind of swoop in and say, "Hey, I can get you that extra $100,000. I can get you that extra 50, $500,000 or whatever it is." And they might sound like they have your best interest at heart, but then at the end of the day, they're getting 20% commissions. We were talking about with Farron yesterday. Agents tend to get about 5%.
So think about that, 20%. Four times.
Just like with any other new industry, there's always going to be bad actors out there trying to take advantage of a new market. And this is a new market. And it's a very lucrative market. Millions of dollars are at stake here. Millions of dollars. So I think that's where a lot of the annoyance comes from. But I agree. It was nice to hear that from Kirk Ferentz. And makes you wonder, people keep thinking he's going to retire. He's going to retire. He's going to retire. I wonder if he still has another 5 years left.
Well, there has not really been any drop off. If anything, he doesn't have his son anymore, so that's like a positive. You asked the question earlier of Fornelli about the floor. And, I know we do the people forget bit, but there was a stretch of football after their 11-2 year in 2009 where they took a step back, because he had those great early years, and then they were usually around 500, and then he had a great couple years, but then they went 8-5, 7-6, 4-8, 8-5, 7-6. And that last 7-6 year was when Bo got fired, and famously, Icor said what he did. And since then, they have had more seasons finishing inside of the top 25 than they had in the first half of his career. They have finished in the top 25 almost every year since then. And they have been, outside of the COVID year, they've been 8-5 or better every single time. So there does not seem to be a drop-off. And this year would seem to be the best opportunity to have a solid offense since, the Ricky Stanzi era. We're going back a long time with the quarterback that they brought in out of the portal. Again, with his son not being in charge of the offense. I thought Fornelli also brought up a great point. Their defense has taken just a little bit of a step back. They're not getting as many takeaways, and that can be the difference maker between elite and just really good. Well, really good, if your offense doesn't take a big step forward, can be a problem too.
Kirk Ferentz. I think we need to have some angel food cake.
Okay, let's get it to him.
Oh, hell yeah.
No angel food cake for Kirk Ferentz's birthday.
Mm.
Happy soon to be 70th, Kirk.
Wow. And when he turns 70, it'll be football month.
Well,
it'll be the day after the Hall of Fame game.
It'll
I bet
be
he'll have
August
had
1st.
some takes on the Hall of Fame game.
Highly unlikely.
He probably has them.
He likes football. He's not going to watch that.
That's why he will watch it. He likes it so much, Nick.
Well, if he's got some of his ex-players, he might take a peek.
Exactly. All of us can find enjoyment in the Hall of Fame game. All of us. If we try hard enough, we can find enjoyment.
We can Stockholm syndrome ourselves into it.
It's when we accidentally push the up button on the channel changer and, oh, wow, this is an episode of the A-Team I haven't seen before.
What on earth?
He just used the words channel changer and A-team.
Maybe we should get Johnson Werthers.
Yep.
Back in my day, I was the channel changer.
Sorry, AI came in and changed the streaming service for me to something it wanted me to watch, and it turned out to be an episode of the A-Team I hadn't seen.
There you go, Nick.
Are there any episodes of the A-Team you've never seen?
Yeah, the last season wasn't very good.
No?
Because they finally got caught by the military, and then the military put them to work for them, and it just lost all of its luster.
Why couldn't they just go to the military and be like, hey, we were framed. Wasn't us.
Well, because they wouldn't buy it for a crime they didn't commit.
That's true.
Yeah.
Those are
the A-Team.
Dun, 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 dun.
Great theme song.
Dun, dun, dun.
One of our most read national scribes was asked a question today about Husker expectations.
Let's go. We love it when national writers discuss Nebraska.
And aren't talking about Bruce Springsteen.
That's true.
That and Dumb Debates is right around the corner on 1620 The Zone. Hey, a reminder that on Friday it's movie club, and this week's movie is Stranger Than Fiction.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Peacock.
Good God.
It's on Peacock.
It is.
Yes, it is.
So you can watch that, and you can join us in our little movie club.
Mm-hmm. And then it will be Nick's turn.
Yep.
But that'll be for a couple of weeks from now.
Yeah, because the next Friday is the 4th of July.
It's John's birthday.
I got a little worried because I'm like, wait, I'm out next week, and then I remembered that next Friday is the 4th of July. So my pick is still going to stand.
Exactly. Unless it's removed by the streaming service.
Yep.
Because we're at the end of June. Whatever you're doing, Nick, let's check the schedule.
Yeah.
Do a little Googling.
Yeah.
Will this movie still be on my stream? Do you already have your pick?
I do. What's the website?
I don't know. Just Google, movies leaving networks or whatever.
Yeah. Or is such and such movie leaving such and such.
Vulture used to do a list at the end of every month. Like, here are the things that are leaving. Here are the things that are joining.
And be unlike Josh and actually pick up the phone and talk to someone. Call Netflix.
Call them. Hello, Netflix.
Call Paramount Plus and say, hey, I'm picking this movie for our movie club.
Iron Man 3, will it still be there?
I would like to speak to Jonathan Netflix, please.
That's exactly.
Is Henry Peacock there?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's pronounced Peacock.
Tay says, did I miss dumb debates? No, this sounds dumb, but that'll be in our next segment.
That'll be the next segment.
Uh-huh.
Because it's time to talk about dumb things like football.
Monster.
Stuart Mandel was asked today,
friend of the Grum,
in his college football mailbag, am I crazy for thinking Nebraska has the potential for a Darkhorse CFP bid? Yeah, you're nuts.
Whoa!
Am I making the same mistake as previous years and believing this will finally be the year Nebraska is back on track for a top 25 team? Here's what Stu said. Said, I'm sure Nebraska will make the CFP at some point. If Indiana can, surely Nebraska can.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
But after the Huskers finally got to 6-6 last season and then won a bowl, there's no excuse for why they can't get to at least 8-4 this year. That seems fair.
8-4? Very fair.
At least 8-4. Now,
Am I picking that? No.
I'm on the record. I'm on the record for saying I don't count it as the Matt Rule year 3 bounce unless it's at least 9.
Agreed. 8-4 would be improvement.
8-4 would be improvement. And that's not to say that if Nebraska goes 8-4, that Matt Rule, he sucks, get rid of him. No. But if we're going to look at the typical year 3 Matt Rule bounce, in theory, I should be insisting on at least 10 wins. But I'm going to give some grace here because it's a tougher league than what he's been in his previous 2 stops.
Sure.
So 9
and it's a different situation in terms of what he has.
Yeah,
9-3
9-3
compared to those.
9-3 to me would be the bounce.
Yeah.
And then back to Stuart Mandel. As you said, Rule's teams made similar jumps in his 3rd season at Temple and Baylor. Back then, he was the master of the slow and steady rebuild. Roster construction looks a lot different today.
Yes, it does.
Then he mentions the portal class Nebraska brought in. It was ranked 13th by 24/7 Sports. He mentions Dana Holgerson. On paper, Nebraska's schedule is very manageable. Cincinnati is its only notable non-con opponent. It has 5 conference home games, and the 3 of the road games are Maryland, Minnesota, and UCLA.
Oof.
But Scott Frost had some manageable on-paper schedules as well. Nothing is a given in Lincoln.
Correct.
Love Stu.
Yeah. GBR. All of those things are spot on.
Yeah.
All those things are spot on. The road schedule, you would take this road schedule over a myriad of the road schedules over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you begin with the power game sucks because Nebraska always loses these games, or at least has over the last decade. On the other hand, though, it's going to feel like a home game. And so it's a bonus home game, and you don't have a true road game until mid-October.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, what he had to say about this year 3 versus previous year 3s is very much true. You know, I teased it yesterday. I'm cooking up something. And I went back and I've been looking at Temple and I've been looking at Baylor and some of the returning production that those teams had going into year 3.
Mm-hmm.
Returning rushing yard production for Temple, 79% was back going into year 3. Baylor, 84%. Nebraska, 47%. 0.9%. Receiving yards, 66% back for Temple, 71% back for Baylor, 31% for Nebraska. Even the number of defensive line tackles returning, 35% versus 89 and 51. Linebacker tackles returning, 29% versus 97 and 92. Now,
so what you're saying is Nebraska is returning a lot less production than those year 3
correct
Temple and Baylor
So
teams.
that's the first bit of data that I have been able to input. The obvious response then would be, but Josh, the portal now. And that's very true. And so that's the difference. I gave you the receiving numbers. I gave you the tackle numbers. But that does not count an Isaiah Hunter. It doesn't count a Dane Key. It doesn't. The running back room is actually the exact same. Nothing changes about the running back,
with the running back room.
And how about fun fact? If you don't count Steve Buscemi, all of the passing yards are actually back from last year. Now, some of those passing yards will be moving positions, but they're still back because Heinrich Harburg is back. And then you look at the other spots, what they lost in offensive line starts. And, dude, they lost a ton because they lost Ben Scott, Micah Mazuka, and Nick's favorite player, Bryce Benhart. But they bring in a Rocco Spindler. They bring in an Elijah Pritchett. And then on defense, it's the same kind of conversation that you can have at a variety of spots. So ultimately, the question that I am trying to figure out is his way of building a program. We're going to find out if it can work, but it's got to get supplemented by the new era of college football that we're living in right now. And so I'm curious to see how that, because whatever the number was for wide receivers, they're bringing back that amount of production. But they are bringing guys who played in power leagues. Cal is an ACC school now for some reason. And Denke played at Kentucky, and his numbers got better every year. His numbers are better than Jamal Banks's were or Isaiah Nea's were last year. And so how do you apply that,
Yeah, see, and I think if we did this exercise with any coach, we'd see the same thing. Because productivity,
maybe outside of Clemson,
the ability to start a guy for 3 straight years is far less than it used to be.
Yeah, it's funny.
And you're bringing in people from other programs.
It's funny. When he got hired, we had this discussion many times. Can his style of winning in college football work in this era? And we kept saying, we're going to find out in year 3. Well, now that's here.
That would be an interesting question to ask Matt Rule, because he's been very confident and he's been quoting his own numbers, his own year 3 stuff. With the things that you just quoted and the fact that he doesn't have the returning production at some of these key metrics. Why are you still confident? Because the scenarios are different.
Yeah. The scenarios are much different.
Yeah. Year 3 here is different than year 3 at Baylor, different than year 3 at Temple in terms of how the sport is now managed from a player personnel standpoint.
The one similarity, or the biggest similarity, is the passing production that is returning. At Temple, in year 3, 96% of production returned. At Baylor, 81% of passing yards returned. And as I mentioned, 100% is back in terms of quarterbacks. Don't count Brian Buschini. So every yard that a quarterback contributed is back this year. That's the thing that you're holding on to the most, in my opinion. That's what I would be holding on to the most. Now that requires something, though. It's going to require a big step forward. And, with those guys, PJ Walker and Charlie Brewer, right? I don't know what the exact expectation was. Again, that's going to be part of kind of this next bit of data I'm trying to put together. But that matters. Having a quarterback back is super, super vital. And those teams, they took off. I went back, I read the Bill Connolly 2015 Temple preview. And it's really interesting because he basically lays out what's going to happen. It's look, they brought back all these guys on this side of the ball. They're going to have to make up for these deficiencies. But the schedule, it's a nice runway. And sure enough, Temple took advantage. That was a team, for those who don't remember, they had a game day game against Notre Dame that year in Philly at the Link because they had gotten off to such a strong start. They made a big jump. Meanwhile, that Baylor team, they shot up. They started and then they just kept winning and winning and winning. They were undefeated going late into the year. Can Nebraska do it too?
Coming up next, dumb debates, time capsules, and more. Next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is Dumb Debates. It's back, folks. Your chance to contribute to the Grum by sending us your dumb debates on any topic. It does not matter. As you know, on this Grum, we talk about anything.
Designated Hitler.
Whoa, we do. And ladies, John, go to the front of the line. Even when they send in tweets.
I mean, that's always been my rule. You used to criticize me for that.
No, I just criticized you.
Remember
And
when
like,
we played
hey,
Movie Magic?
lady, what's your name? You know, when you would ask creepy
questions.
questions.
I never did that because the name was on the screen.
Josh, are you one of those, if men can go to war, how come women can't go to war too?
No.
Why can't men and women be treated the exact same all the time?
Don't women go to war?
Yeah, but like it's like a type of person, you know?
No, I love women, and I love their questions, and they go to the front of the line.
You sound like someone who's trying to talk yourself into the fact that you love women.
Love women.
But anyway.
Tay writes, I saw Tay at the College World Series. Shout out Tay. Tay says...
Is that her whole name or is that a nickname for...
It's short for Taylor, John.
Okay, I was asking. That's what I was asking.
Yeah. We dropped the lore. There's no lore
There's
with
no...
Tay.
Taylor's lore. Tay's lore is that it's not Tay
That
lore.
could be a novel. Tay's lore.
Tay's lore
I
is that
bet a
she's no longer
Swiftie
Tay
has
lore.
already made that a fanfic.
Yuck. Tay writes,
God, those people are weird.
Would you rather wear formal wear every time you leave the house or never be able to go shoeless? You do still have to leave the house and you do have to wear the shoes in the shower. So if you leave the house, John, you are always coming to the Grum. You're looking like Bob Bruce wearing formal clothes for every show.
Or actually, when John, you dress like you when you have a Creighton game or you're going to an event after the show.
Or you always have to have shoes. You go to bed in shoes. You shower in shoes. You know the feeling of taking off shoes? It's a great feeling. You never get that feeling.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Imagine...
Your feet would get so stinky.
Imagine going to, well...
What happens if your shoes get worn out?
I think you're allowed to take them off, but you have to immediately put them back on.
What if you're in the yard and you're doing work? What if you're working around the house?
Yeah.
What if you're out yogging you do?
John,
that means you got to go out and wear formal wear when you're yogging.
This is my lawn mowing suit. This is my jogging suit. This is my going to work suit. This is my special event
but you
suit.
still got to put the damn tie on and all that other stuff.
I like dressing nice. I'll do the suit.
There's no way. I could not do that.
So you're wearing shoes all the time?
I guess.
Man, you just brought up a great point. So whenever I would run, I would have to have formal clothes on. I'd have to have a suit to run. I guess I'm wearing shoes all the time. Thank God we do not live in this type of a society. Wow, this is a gross one. This sucks. I don't want to wear shoes all the time.
I don't either.
That would be so uncomfortable.
It would.
And yet I don't want to wear a suit to work or just anywhere.
Oh, you could be like Mad Men, though. We could be like Mad Men, wearing suits at work.
Cheating on our spouses, Nick? Is that what you want us to do?
I'm just talking about wearing suits to work.
Yikes.
cheating on our spouses and smoking all the time.
Well, Nick
while
does one of those
encouraging
things.
other people to smoke as well.
Yep.
Because that seems to be the only kind of advertising we do anymore.
They were also sexist, Nick. Yikes.
Tough look for you.
No, that's not what I wanted. That's what you wanted.
So this 4th of July, in the 4th of July city, Nebraska's self-proclaimed 4th of July city, Seward, Nebraska.
Is there a reason for that, or were they just like, let's just declare ourselves Nebraska's 4th of July city?
Yeah. They buried a time capsule.
Okay.
And it is scheduled to be opened on the 4th of July.
And when did they bury it?
50 years ago.
Wow, which is 1975. How depressing is it that 50 years ago is the 70s?
Though
50 years ago seems like it should be the 50s.
Though according to the tweet, the capsule was sealed in 1977. So
Now,
I think there's some math here. But the
I'm
bottom line is
48th anniversary.
I'm no math magician, but
bottom line, they've buried this time capsule. Apparently, it is 20 feet by 8 feet by 6 feet.
Okay.
And 48 years old.
And inside it is reported to be a Chevy Vega, which was new back then, a motorcycle, and more.
Okay.
And they're going to open this thing. My question is, my dumb debate is, if the Grum were to do a time capsule, what would go in it?
Okay, so obviously we're putting the entire CD, MP3, whatever we want to do, of Harambe karaoke. That segment belongs in a museum.
Well, this is a time capsule, which is kind of a museum.
I think that at the very start, we begin with that. I would include Bob Bruce's broken headphones that he chucked at the wall when Shane made him really mad one time.
Yeah.
Got to put those.
I'd be happy to donate my cast.
John's cast, an excellent idea.
Oh, we could put some things from the Wall of Random in there.
What about Steve Peterson?
Could put Steve
Where
in
is
there.
that? Is that in here anymore?
I think it's in my desk.
Mm.
We could put Steve in there.
Dave Fight says 1620 the beer.
1620 the beer.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What about a microphone that's super limp? Like, here's the microphone
and it does this.
Exactly.
What? See, it broke. What if we put walleye fishing expedition commercials in there?
An excellent idea.
The backseat PSA. We just need that on a CD.
How about we just put the back seat in there?
What about when John was honking for the Huskers, a horn that was honked during the COVID
Michael
times?
Brunt suggested some Goldberg's curly fries.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Absolutely.
With the ranch.
Nick, I need you to do... Okay, I actually have this.
All right.
Before I read it. John, you keep talking. I'm going to find this real fast.
Well, we have a volunteer.
Oh, do we?
Yes. I suggested that the first thing that gets put into the 1620, the Grum time capsule, is Mike Stibbs.
Like,
oh wow, him is just a person.
Yeah, just put him in there.
Are we gonna mummify him? Or
well, here's what I offered him. I said, if we gave you oxygen, food and water, and internet access, would you do it? And he said he would.
Oh.
So what we need now is someone to donate the land and the digging equipment and the cement vault and the food so that Stibbs can be in our Grum time capsule for the next 50 years.
I love that idea.
There's no question he'll live through all 50 years, especially if he has internet access.
No, definitely not. Nick, so I couldn't find it. I thought I had a clip, and I do not have the clip. So I need you to do a little recon for us. Search PATTON in the Segway channel, and we'll see if we can find this. Because I'm trying not to just think of things from our... Oh, yep. Is that the one?
I don't know.
Play that, the first one, Nick. It's a little long, but...
No more violence. The theme at rallies across the city today. One of them right here at this McDonald's at 30th and Ames. The point, to raise awareness that you can be a part of the solution and to bring about unity.
No, it's not
This
that
must
one.
have been a game that they played back then.
There was this famous Michael Severe clip where he yelled, "Hi,
I'm
Devin Patton, Action 3 News."
Yes.
Sadly, we don't have that anymore. Dave Fight says, John's Oklahoma profanity. Remember that time that you said the S word on the radio for the first time ever?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Jose says fake Bill Callahan. Yes.
Yeah.
Bill in Dallas,
Bill in Lincoln,
or Bill in Lincoln, or Bill in DC.
What
or
about
Bill in
Neil?
Cleveland?
Well, no, he would just take things away. He would delete them.
Yeah, that's true.
That is
Mm-hmm.
true. Kevin, we could just throw Kevin.
Kevin.
I think
The show was better back then.
Kevin and Stibbs could just hang out with each other.
Wow, that's a podcast.
It is.
Oh, definitely a Scott Frost comic.
What about the show that happened when both Kevin and Michael were on vacation one time, and Lacey started putting in more commercials because the show was so bad and she wanted less content.
Oh,
we could just put that whole 4-hour show in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it really a 4-hour show at that point?
Well, it was, but
really.
not that one.
Not really.
Definitely not that one.
I
I got a couple for you.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Let's start with Baymon. You have the superpower to control one animal type, gorilla, tiger, lion, etc., like Aquaman minus the green tights. What animal do you choose and why? What would you use it for? Mowing lawn bags out of your way, walking banks on a hot, muggy morning, help taking over the world? Tell us.
Were those just examples, or does it have to be one of those?
It could be anything you want.
Okay.
You get to choose an animal. Jimmy Allen says he can donate a top fan shirt to throw into the
top fan.
Yeah.
Top fan.
I think I'm going Bears.
And what are they going to do for you?
Well, I'll have a bear army.
Well,
but why?
What kind of bear, though?
Well, if it says an animal, I just pick bears. I got all of them.
Just every bear?
From the cute little panda to the big old grizz. Then I have a bear army. You never know when you might need a bear army.
An army of bears could be useful.
It's always there to defend me, especially if some of Josh's neighbors come shooting me.
That's a great point.
And I got bears to strike back.
I'm trying to think of what type of.
It does absolutely no good to pick any aquatic animals. They don't do anything for you.
What about?
What if your cruise ship goes down and you need help?
Well, don't be on a cruise ship.
So I'm trying to think of animals that there are a lot of. I mean, there are a lot of bears, but there are
bears.
more birds than bears.
Also, what are you going to do during the winter? They hibernate, John.
Well, my bear army, they'll sleep in shifts.
What if I could control spiders?
It's an animal.
That's, in the words of Palpatine, unlimited power. If you have spiders, first of all, half the population is going to be afraid. The other half is going to get poisoned.
I'm going to go.
I think I'll go spiders.
I'm going to go.
My bear army will step on your spiders.
I'm going to go with squirrels.
Why?
Oh my God.
A squirrel army would be incredible.
No, it would not.
It wouldn't be as good as a bear army.
Right, but
It
if
wouldn't
you
be as
see
good as a spider army.
if you see a bear in the city, you're going to be like, "What the hell? There's a bear here." Call the cops. But if there's squirrels in the city, I can have a bunch of
men on the
spy
inside,
squirrels, sleeper agent squirrels, just to do my bidding.
Same with spiders.
Bears could be good spies.
No, not if you see a bear in Omaha, you'd say, "Get out of here, bear."
That's exactly what I would say to a bear in Omaha.
What are you doing here, bear? Something's fishy. Are you John's protector?
Could
I would
be.
know it right away.
Could be.
But if you get
I
enough
won't
squirrels
need
together,
any. I won't need any spies. I'll just stick my bear army on everybody. Don't need spies.
Yeah, but bears can't hide in trees. Squirrels can. If I'm attacking you, you're just gonna have to look over your shoulder. Squirrels
Bears
are
can't
everywhere.
hide in trees.
I don't think so.
They can climb in trees.
Yeah, but climbing into a tree and hiding in a tree that you climb.
Cool,
in are
they're
two
hidden,
different
but they
things.
can't do anything to me unless they're unhidden.
Well, no, that's when they jump on you. It's like, ah.
Yeah, but my bear army's there, and my bear army will just swat them out of the sky.
I don't know. Squirrels are pretty agile. I don't know if a bear could take a squirrel.
Katie says. Katie says, "Bird. I single-handedly win World War III with birds." I think we're underrating birds.
I see bear. Birds were my second choice because if you get crows or something, they can just pick up things. You could get enough of them and you could fly.
Yeah, is that a bad one?
I got one from Chris. Retail stores now have a specified entrance and exit, and they are miles apart. It's annoying. Assuming the middle lanes of the parking lot are full, do you park by the entrance or exit? I say entrance, but the girlfriend says exit. So a store is now miles long. You can only go in the entrance.
I've never experienced this before.
It's the dumb debate, John.
No, I know, but I've just never seen this. I've never seen these things before.
You've never thought if you park closer to the entrance or the exit?
No. I'm not. I guess I've never been to one of these stores that last for miles and miles.
It's a creation. He has created.
He's created.
That's what the stores are.
I thought he was actually saying
no.
Oh, okay.
Store, and you have to go in the entrance. You have to leave in the exit.
Yeah.
You cannot walk in and out of both.
So John can just ride his bear army to the entrance.
Yeah. So do you park on the entrance side or the exit side?
Exit side.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty easy one. It's always the exit side
Because
you want the end of the thing to be easier.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if you're going into a store, you're bringing stuff out.
Correct.
You're usually not taking stuff into a store.
Actually,
so you want to be closer to your vehicle so you can get it there easier.
Yeah.
Especially if like it's
you go in
raining
entrance,
or
you
something,
freak.
or if you don't have a bear army to protect
your little
you.
squirrels.
I was thinking exit, but John also brought up a point. You're bringing stuff out of the store. You're not taking anything into the store. So you want to park at the entrance so you're not as over encumbered.
No.
What?
But you're taking stuff out of the store.
Oh, yeah, the exit.
Yeah. You're going to be walking a long damn ways
with your milk,
with all of your nuts for your damn squirrel army.
They can forage their own nuts, John. They're self-sustaining.
No, they're not.
Where are you going to
No,
get?
they're not. They're lazy. We got the fat bastard in our backyard. Oh, we got to feed the damn thing every day. The wife said, "Did you feed the squirrel today?" It's the same fat bastard. All he does is eat them damn nuts.
You know why he does that, John? Because you feed him.
Because he's lazy.
He's self-sustaining.
He's not self-sustaining.
Why do I need to forage?
I'm sustaining him.
Why do I need to forage
sustaining
when
him.
one-armed man gives me food?
I don't put stuff out for the bears because the bears, they'll find their own.
and then they'll go sleepy time. See, but you didn't think about that. If you're trying to take over the world, what if they're hibernating?
That's what I said that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but-
I was reading the dumb debates questions.
Well, we're just not going to do it in the winter.
Okay, John will take
The
over
weather
the
is
world
better
in the
for
summer.
the weather is better for taking things
Winter
over in the
is
spring.
not coming, says John Bishop.
Interesting. Ooh, John, here you go.
In the spring we conquer, in the winter we sleep. That's the slogan of my bear army.
That's actually
in the
pretty good.
spring we conquer, in the winter we sleep.
It's kind of like
Grrr!
It's kind of like what Rothstein says. We sleep in May.
And the Bears will finally have a decent quarterback.
Nice.
Jeff
says, if you were forced to eat a pint of hot mayonnaise or a pint of cold turkey gravy, what do you choose?
Well, the warm mayonnaise would. I mean, that'd be like salmonella just waiting to attack.
I'll do the gravy.
I'll do the gravy.
You can't say gravy when it's cold like that. You gotta go the gravy. Yeah. Yeah.
The thought of cold gravy just. Ugh.
The thought of warm
But
mayonnaise.
the thought of any mayonnaise is like. Wow.
Yeah, it makes my stomach hurt.
But yeah, warm mayonnaise, that stuff would be infected
The only
with all
time
kinds of crap.
warm mayo is acceptable is if you just toasted the bread and then you spread the mayo on there after the fact.
Yum. Man, I love mayonnaise, John.
Man, I can't wait till I get my bear army. You know what the first thing we attack is? Every mayonnaise plant in America.
Whoa,
We're
John.
taking them out.
But then every mayonnaise plant is going to be looking out for bears. You know what's subtle, John? Squirrels. No,
John's Bears will knock production of the mayonnaise company back by 2 or 3 weeks.
Damn it, I can't open the door.
Pedro
Only according to the fake New York Times.
Pedro says, hi guys, dumb debates question. Josh and John, would you like to have Kalkbrenner's wingspan and be your height? What's his wingspan?
Oh God, I'm not
7.
sure.
It's more than he is tall, isn't it?
It's long.
No,
there is no way I want Ryan Kalkbrenner's arm. I mean, I would take his
You'd
left.
look hilarious.
I'd take his left arm right now.
Wait, would you trade Kalkbrenner's left arm for the next 6 months? So it's longer than your right arm, but it's healthy. You get to skip all of the therapy, but you have a really long left arm.
Did you see that thing floating around Twitter over the last few months of that guy who only worked out one side of his body?
Mm-mm.
He had like half of his neck was like super ripped.
Did he do
and
it for a
jacked.
bit?
Yeah, he just did it for a TikTok bit.
Oh my gosh.
God, your generation is stupid.
Society is going to hell.
My bear arm. This after we attack all the mayonnaise plants, we're
You're
coming
going after
after
TikTok?
You're right. That's way more dumb than the cinnamon challenge.
That was also stupid.
No, that was your generation.
Yeah, it was also stupid.
What
Nick.
was the cinnamon challenge?
People
I never
just
heard of
eat
this.
like cinnamon straight up.
You just
Remember when we did the mustard challenge?
I do remember
That
the
was
mustard
awesome.
challenge.
Yeah, the cinnamon challenge. You just eat a tablespoon of cinnamon. That's all it was.
I mean, that's better than warping your body. Would I take Ryan Kalkbrenner's left arm for the next 6 months? I mean, assuming I get my good arm back.
Yes,
after
you would, and there's no issues whatsoever. It's just that you suddenly have a
would.
really long arm.
I think I would because I think I could monetize this. Hey, look at the freak with the really long
you
left
could get
arm.
on TikTok. What would driving a car be like, though? You just suddenly
I just cock my seat so that I'm.
You'd have to
kinda
lean
sitting
back.
Drive from the back.
I don't have to use it. I mean, I can.
Man,
I'll just be able to have my elbow at my side and just reach out with my index finger and drive.
John would just have a stranger's arm with him the whole time.
What is his wingspan? Let's see. It's got to be available somewhere. He went to something.
Yeah,
7'6".
Damn.
God, that is nuts. So if you chop that in half, just in terms of his body, you're looking at.
Well, yeah, but the wingspan also includes across the chest.
So I'm just trying to figure out his arm length compared to what your arm length is. By the way, that's second best in terms of this year's prospects.
And then I'd be able to walk around to everyone and say, look at these hands. I'm sorry. Look at this hand.
So does Ryan get your arm then?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no. Poor Ryan.
Well, we're definitely making sure this trade happens after the draft.
Hey, look, I would
and
say
after
this.
he signs his contract.
Maybe that's what the scouts saw. He had your arm attached to
arm.
Oh, something's wrong with the left side of his body.
That'd be terrible.
It just looks so soft.
Speaking of hoops, Peter says, how much does your basketball team have to be winning or losing by at the 4-minute media timeout for it to be acceptable to leave early? Or is it never acceptable to leave early?
Oh, of course it's acceptable to leave early. Stop being a fan now. Yeah, these people leaving early looks terrible. No, if your team's up by 20 with 4 minutes to go, you're fine to leave.
For me, and not basketball, but any event that I go to,
you stay the whole time.
I stay the whole time because I paid for the ticket.
Yeah. If my team is playing, I don't leave early. If it's just some random game that I got like access to, I'm actually okay with leaving early.
Yeah, but if you're playing, if you're playing some crappy team and you're up by 20,
honestly,
this game's over.
Playing a crappy team, most people are leaving, so I kind of like sticking around to let some of the traffic clear out.
You're the Yankees playing the Rockies, and then you're just staying there the whole time to watch the bloodbath.
Got him. So yeah, I don't know. I feel unequipped to answer this question.
Why?
Because sometimes I leave early and sometimes I don't.
Wow.
I don't know.
You have question incontinence?
It just depends on the vibes, I guess, at the basketball game.
I don't remember. This is one I had in the queue. I don't remember if we did it the last time here. Trees, birds, flowers, dogs. Which is the toughest to accurately identify?
In terms of like
just
what
knowing,
type?
hey, that's a blank tree. That's a blank
So wait,
dog.
what
That's
was
a
it?
blank
Trees, dogs?
Trees, birds, flowers, dogs.
So I don't know anything about flowers or trees. So for me, it's one of those. Just because I don't know anything about them. I know what a rose looks like.
I think tree might be a heavy favorite with this question. At the Cake concert, I saw Cake. They do this bit where they give a tree away during the show
to a person
just in the audience.
Yeah.
And the caveat is like everybody would raise their hand and then Cake would be like, all right, you had to identify what the tree was.
Oh, wow.
In order to get
How
the
did you
tree.
do?
Wow, what a tree hugger thing this was.
It does sound very
It was a cherry tree, by
That'd
the
be
way.
cool to get a tree. We gave my mom a tree for Mother's Day
But
one year.
I had no idea, and multiple people got the answer to what kind of tree it was wrong until they found a guy who knew what a cherry tree was.
I don't know anything. Do you know anything about trees?
Not
I
very
know nothing
little.
about trees.
I barely know how to identify dogs.
I have a difficult time with a lot of dogs.
I know like lab, golden retriever, pug, like the normie ones.
Yeah.
But like I couldn't believe it when we found out what Banks was. He's all sorts of stuff that we didn't expect. We thought he was a black lab short hair pointer mix, but he's other stuff too. He's like a husky.
Yeah, dogs are hard to identify. Some of them.
Yeah. So yeah, all of those. What was the fourth one? Trees, flowers, dogs, birds. Yeah, see,
birds are pretty distinct though.
See, but I don't know what kind of birds are. Birds. Or sentences, apparently.
Squirrels.
I don't even know what a blue jay looks like, except that it's blue.
That's all you really need.
I think I've only seen like one blue jay. There's this bird
That's impossible. They're all around.
It keeps dive bombing me when I run. There's obviously other chicks over there.
That would be other.
Talk to the kids.
That'd be what's his name's bird army coming out.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, KD. I don't know what kind of bird it is. It's black with like a streak of yellow or orange.
That might be a magpie.
Magpies
are kind of D's.
Dude, this bird sucks. It won't leave me alone. Let's look. You know what? I think it's a magpie.
Yeah.
Nice identification, Nick.
Magpies are famous for swooping at people. It's a big problem. Like they just like to.
Go away, bird.
In Australia, that's one of the predominant birds there, and they call it swooping season. You just get dive bombed by birds. They just think it's funny.
Well, they ain't gonna be dive bombing my bear army.
Birds are a lot smarter than people want to think they are.
Are they?
They are.
I mean, these are the same things that flew
face first into the Viking Stadium.
Yeah, that's a tough look.
They're pretty dumb.
Dave says, Josh, a Blue Jays prominent feature is its softness.
Nice.
Peter writes, this is a sports one to finish up with. Bigger margin of victory against Houston Christian. Creighton basketball, who won by 35 back in November, or Husker football on September 13th. Well, Nebraska beat Houston Christian by more points than Creighton did.
Ooh. 35.
It's a good number. That'll probably be around the spread. It'll probably be higher than that.
They might have to, or I might have some serious questions about this group.
Well, you'll be doing overreaction that day.
I won't.
Can't wait to listen.
Why would I be doing it when you're doing all of it?
I'll be in Minnesota probably.
You will. You have no idea where you'll be.
I could be in Minnesota though.
You probably won't.
Yeah, probably right. I think I'll be in Purdue that week.
Be in Nebraska.
I'm going to go
doing
with
Big Red overreaction.
35 is a lot of points.
35.
You can win by 34, and that is a dominating victory.
Nebraska hasn't won many games by 35 or more points in recent years.
John, last year, I do not believe they won by that many points in any of their games. They beat UTEP by 33. They beat Northern Iowa by 31. Those were their two biggest wins.
Yikes.
I will say fewer than 35 points. Give me the Jays in this one.
I might have to agree. Only because they just haven't done it.
It's been. Did Rule do it in year one? Did they beat Lot? Well, no, they won one of those games like 28-14, and what was the other one? 42 to something, maybe.
All right. So looking back, so you said last year the biggest one was 32, right?
It was 33. They beat UTEP in the opener.
Biggest win in 2023 was 24 points.
Wow.
2022.
Nope. The
biggest win was 21 points.
Okay. They whooped up on Northwestern in 2021.
And they also beat Fordham by 45.
They did. They won their 3 games that year, all by double digits. 2020.
Man, there's only been two games this decade, 2 wins of more than 35 points.
Wow.
And they both happened in the same year.
Wow.
Let's see. Let's go back into the 10s here.
What are you trying to find now? The last.
I'm just looking. Maryland smoked them by 47.
They beat Maryland. They killed Maryland in 2019.
Beat Northern Illinois by 36. So there's another one.
Creighton, definitely the answer now. The further we go back in time, that'd be breaking a trend if they're able to do this.
Beat Bethune-Cookman by 34, not quite.
Scott Frost's second win.
Oh, no, 36.
What was that, like 40-something?
It was 45-9, so there's one.
There you go.
Yeah, man, it used to be a rite of passage. We used to have 35-point wins all the time.
Uh-huh.
Not anymore. But maybe this year. Maybe this year. And that is Dumb Debates.
Great work, everybody. Keep sending your questions in with the hashtag Dumb Debates.
Keep sending the questions in.
Watch out for squirrels.
Watch out for
bears,
squirrels.
I guess.
I mean, just one bear would scare the crap out of somebody. Imagine if I had a bear arm.
Yeah, but it's just not subtle, John.
I don't need subtle. There's no subtle.
Squirrels, you get guerrilla
Ernest
warfare.
Suttles?
You just need to be powerful and devastating. And my bear army will be that. Powerful and devastating. And I won't need constitutional authority to sick my bear army on anybody.
Well, yeah, because you'll have a lot of bears.
That's right. Bears don't follow the Constitution.
That's true. They don't.
A lot of things don't now.
Nice, Nick.
16-20 the zone.
At Ballard's, we make legends come true. This September, hop on a deluxe motor coach to Lake of the Woods. 4 nights, 3 days of guided walleye fishing, and all meals included. Fresh, wild, walleye, the lake, and you. Head to ballardsresort.com to book your September walleye adventure on Lake of the Woods. Book your adventure, because the best walleye story is just a click away at ballardsresort.com.
John, we've gotten a text multiple times today. Gary and Matt also got this text in the AM.
Oh.
From listener Luke. Does John know how many outs you need to get in a baseball in an inning? Go Cards.
Yeah, it's 3.
3 outs.
3 outs. That's part of the song. It's 1, 2, 3
3
strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Yep, very aware. Next question.
Okay, because your center fielder last night was not aware.
How would you know?
Because I saw it, and I was going to upload it.
And you were paying attention?
Oh, yeah. Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it.
Did you see it?
I was triggered.
So, he 1 out, he makes the catch, and he's just lollygagging, and a guy scored from second base.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
John, you can't do that.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Yeah, it was a tough look.
The
Not gonna
Rockies
lie.
wouldn't even do that.
It's a tougher look when you lose to Satan's team, which the Cubs have now done 2 days in a row.
Dumb debate. What's a tougher look? Losing to the Devil or not knowing how many outs are in an inning?
The kid from the song didn't even lose to the Devil.
I would feel like the biggest dumbass of all time. That is Little League type stuff, you know?
That is.
Yeah.
And I'm not being a jerk to you. I'm just saying, like, that is wild.
No, it's bad. It was bad.
Were you on your way home when that happened?
No, I don't know. I saw
Did you saw it?
Yeah. It was
Oh, God.
It was stupid.
That's brutal.
What's worse is we're giving up home runs and we're losing to Satan's team.
I thought you guys were good. What's happening with all these Midwest teams? I thought the Royals were good. I thought the Cubs were good. Who is good? I thought the Yankees were good.
Plenty
Is anybody good? Dodgers fans are mad. Who's good in baseball?
Well,
right
Dodgers fans are mad because they're...
Why are they mad?
Well, they're just angry people.
Okay. Because they're not 162-0. They're not going to go perfect this year.
They don't have any more Padres fans to throw things at.
Let's see. Who are the good teams? The Tigers fans are happy.
Tigers should be very happy.
The Mariners fans, like Mike Stibbs, are happy. Are Phillies fans happy?
Are they ever?
Well, I mean, they're from
Philly.
Philadelphia. They're never happy.
Yeah, they're just thinking about football season.
While the conversation, and we'll have this coming up in content, lately has been about expanding the NCAA tournament, college basketball is expanding. The Division I Council today improved an increase of the number of regular season games from 31 to 32. It will not start this year. It'll start next season. This was after a 19-year run of the 31-game maximum.
I didn't realize it had been that long.
Now, that 31-game maximum was based on the inclusion of these multi-team events, MTEs. Now they're just going with a flat 32 games. You can play up to 32 games in the regular season because you have some of these MTEs that are now going to get much bigger, like
the one that Creighton's playing in, right?
The one in Vegas.
Because that's going to be 16 teams now, right?
Yeah, and
so
they want to make it.
games.
They want to make it 32 eventually.
Oh my gosh! So they want to play 5 games?
Yeah.
So would that mean that they'll up the number again in the future?
No, but they'll probably just one less non-conference game that you'll have.
So this is where that'll show itself. You think in the MTEs less than like Creighton or Nebraska scheduling another game in Omaha or Lincoln?
I mean, it could if you're involved in a tournament like that. Yes.
So for Creighton, it's because they are involved in these. I mean, they're involved in better ones than Nebraska is every year. You know, for the most part.
Whoa.
They are
the Crown, Josh.
No, that's not an MTE, Nick. That's the postseason.
That's a postseason.
But Creighton's also involved in a better one of those too.
Well, they're no lies spotted. But yeah, no, Nebraska has not been in any one of the big ones lately.
Mm-hmm. Do we know, or do people realize now that this means that the winning team will play 41 games in college basketball?
Yeah.
So it got that much harder for a team to ever go undefeated again, too.
It's true.
Yeah. It's never going to happen again.
And
who did it?
I mean, the last team that did it was Indiana, and that was in the 70s.
75.
Yeah.
75.
Kentucky.
76.
How many games did they play?
30-something? Was it?
Yeah, they went 35
5-0.
Yeah.
And that includes the tournament.
Kentucky was the closest.
think.
They made it to the Final Four 10 years ago.
Wow.
And they lost to Wisconsin.
Wow.
And they had a lot of close calls.
32-0.
32-0. See, and that Kentucky team finished 38-1 because they didn't make the title. So they would have had to win 40. And that was like the perfect storm of they brought back a few players and then they had a great freshman class as always. But it's hard. It's really hard. I don't think we'll ever see it again. I think in my lifetime, there's only been one other team, I guess 2 other teams that made it to the tournament undefeated. There was a St. Joseph's team back with Jameer Nelson, and then there was the UNLV squad when I was a kid that lost to Duke, right?
Wichita State famously went undefeated.
Wichita State, thank you. And they ran into
Kentucky.
Kentucky. And that was a Kentucky team that led into the next year.
By the way, you want to know when you're identified as either a football school or a basketball school? Just type in a year and then your team name. So I typed in 1976 Indiana Hoosiers, and the first thing it took me to was the 75-76 Indiana Hoosier basketball team. But if I were to type in 76
Nebraska.
Oh,
it's going to be Nebraska football.
Going to have a lot of Vince Ferragamo references.
Hey, the United States presidential election in Nebraska is the 3rd item on the list.
Yep.
What if,
every other thing is football.
What about Iowa State?
What year?
1976. Let's look it up.
Just
1976, Iowa State.
Football. Nice.
Interesting. I've always perceived Iowa State as more of a basketball school.
Well, let's go Duke. Basketball.
To be fair, that 76-77 Iowa State team, Nick, went 8-19.
That'll do it.
They were bad. They lost to Nebraska.
1976 North Carolina.
Twice, 3 times. Wait, John, why?
Wow, first thing that comes up is the 1976 presidential election in North Carolina.
Oh.
And then football.
Wow. Why, John, why did Iowa State play Nebraska 3 times in 1976? They played them in a Big 8 holiday tournament, and then they played them in a home and home.
Well, it's because
this holiday tournament?
They used to have a holiday tournament over Christmas.
Why?
It didn't last. I don't remember how many years it lasted because they did.
Could you imagine playing a football game on Christmas?
Think of it as
no one would watch.
Think of it as the NBA's. What do they call that stupid in-season tournament?
They call it the in-season tournament.
Yeah, very original naming. It was the precursor to that.
They did
because back then. That's when the season would start after Thanksgiving.
From 1946 through 1979, they hosted a mid-season.
Oh wow, it was that long? I thought it only lasted a decade.
That is crazy.
I want to know what the
brazy.
I want to know what the talk radio takes would have been like when that ended. Tradition, it's getting ruined.
Kids, they just want money and 4 bowl games.
Well, but look up when the Big 8 postseason tournament started.
Big 8
basketball postseason tournament.
People forget about the Big 8.
Big 8 basketball tournament, 1977. So pretty much same time.
So back then they didn't have a postseason tournament because the automatic qualifier was the regular season champion.
The way God intended it to be.
Yes.
Honestly, yeah.
So while that tournament, it was just for pride. Now it's for a tournament bid. I don't know if other conferences did that or not.
Holiday basketball tournament. What is this? High school?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. That's
Get
what
Miller
it was.
North and Omaha North together.
That's what it was.
By the way, speaking of the NCAA tournament, and I think you said this, we'll have it in content, but Fred Hoiberg, thumbs up to the current iteration. He doesn't want it to expand.
Good for you.
You
Fred.
like Crown Fred?
I think, no, Nick, this is the NCAA tournament that he's talking about, not the Crown. I think it is the greatest sporting event in the country. I like it as is.
Good for him. Good for him.
Indeed.
And good for you, especially if you're looking for fireworks this 4th of July, to get on our 1620thezone.com mega deals. Because today's deal is with Twisted Thunder. $50 worth of firework at Twisted Thunder for only $25. And it's a limit 1 per customer. You can get these vouchers at any Twisted Thunder fireworks stand in Nebraska and Council Bluffs. See the inventory now at twistedthunder.com and get the deal now at 1620thezone.com, where content is next.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right. On to other things, Nick.
A White Sox fan. That can't be right.
Read the rest of the story. It'll make a lot of sense.
A White Sox fan was ejected from the ballpark after he yelled something at Arizona's Ketel Marte about his late mother who died in a car accident in 2017. Marte was visibly shaken by the incident. Should the fan ever be allowed back in the ballpark again?
I would like to know more about exactly what he said, because that's a deep pull to know about something, because it's been like 8-9 years since this took place.
That's some sicko behavior.
Yeah,
right
it
there.
is.
That's not even sicko behavior. That's just messed up.
I would like to hope that this person will learn from his lesson. I mean, should they be banned for life? No, but it's a good idea to have a nice long cooling off period.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be bothered if they're banned forever. That's like a level of personal garbage that is just super, super mean. I wonder what will happen to this fan, though. I mean, fans get banned from stadiums for life all the time. So, I mean,
I've always wondered how they actually can enforce something like that.
Well, now it's probably easier than ever, given all the facial recognition technology that they have.
Is it MSG that does that with the facial
and
stuff?
the Clippers?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's our future. Big Brother is watching.
The airport does it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The airport. Ice cream.
I
think I'm going to have some ice cream tonight.
Hell yeah. Aaron Rodgers told Pat McAfee that he expects the 2025 season to be his last. Do you believe him?
I do. I think it's pretty obvious that he doesn't really want to play very much anymore. He's not participating in any of the camps and any of that type of stuff. Barring another Achilles or something tear in week 1 that knocks him out the whole year, I think this will be his last season.
And then he says he can't wait to disappear and never be heard from again.
He doesn't like the limelight.
Do you believe that?
No, he loves the limelight.
How amazing would it be if Aaron Rodgers turned out to be like the best retired player as a commentator in pro football history?
That'd be pretty amazing. I mean, he's obviously super smart and he understands football.
I wonder if a network will covet him, if they'll go after him.
It'll probably be Fox.
I think any of them, they all think the same way. I bet any of them will try. Bobby, curious to know if he doesn't.
By the way, going back to that fan, first of all, text from the 402. Is that really a punishment, not having to watch the White Sox anymore?
Great point.
Aaron says he was banned for life by Major League Baseball. I just looked up. He's not banned for life, but he was banned indefinitely.
Yeah.
So according to what I read.
Well, so after he dies, the ban will be lifted, and then he'll be eligible again.
Like Pete Rose.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Ryder Lyons, a 5-star quarterback in the 2026 class, has picked BYU over Oregon, Alabama, and others. Do we need to spend more time on how good the NIL is at BYU?
Well, they must have a lot of it. I mean, they got the number 1 player in basketball last year, and now they have one of the top quarterbacks. Good on them. Now, we'll see if it actually sticks, but I thought I saw somewhere where, I mean, he's going to do the mission thing and all of that stuff, so he must be really committed to this.
Doesn't it make you want to watch the Book of Mormon?
No, not really.
Have you ever seen the Book of Mormon?
No.
Oh, John. Knowing your sense of humor and how much you like Trey Parker and Matt Stone, you'd be a big fan.
Yeah.
This is not the first player that they've landed. Yeah. Hasn't their basketball program been picking up some big names?
Yeah, they got the best player in the game last year.
Interesting. Shout out to BYU for getting it done with their NIL. Have they checked in with Deloitte yet, though? Might knock them down a peg or two.
Deloitte.
Mm-hmm.
John?
Yes?
What would you like to say to Seth Davis, the only member of the college basketball media who's banging the drum for expanding the NCAA tournament?
So here's what he wrote today. He said, 2 thoughts for the doomsayers, as he calls them, the people that oppose the expansion of the tournament. You can't say the NCAA tournament is the greatest event in the world and then say it's going to be ruined by adding 8 more teams. Well, first of all, I'm not saying that. Please stop saying this tournament is perfect. It is not. Nobody likes Tuesday and Wednesday except nerds like me. And don't say we should go back to 64 because that's not going to happen. Adding 8 teams has the potential to fix the only thing wrong with the tournament. Instead of 2 games each day, we'll have 6. What Seth Davis is ignoring here, it's not the why, or it's not the what, it's the why. Why are they expanding?
Why?
They're expanding so that the big conferences can get more teams in the tournament. This notion that, we're going to have more mid-majors. Poppycock. BS. It's so that we can get more mid-level or low-level Big Ten and SEC teams in this tournament. Now, if you like to watch the tournament, to watch the Big Ten fail, which they do on an annual basis, then sure, add more crappy Big Ten teams to this event. But no one really wants that, except Seth Davis.
I thought that our friend of the Grum, Sam, the listener, had a great tweet about this earlier today when he says, I think if you work in college basketball media, you probably have a blind spot for just how much of the interest in the tourney is your coworkers who don't watch sports are often in your bracket pool because it's a relatively minimal effort deal. You risk capsizing if you make this weird hybrid round earlier in the week and suddenly casuals have like a few hours to fill in brackets. Or alternatively, you've stolen the first round magic with this weird thing where half the matchups are play-ins. And I thought that Sam nailed it. The tournament captures the imagination of the country, not for people like you who watch it and think about it every single day, but because somebody like Nick is like, I don't even like college basketball, but I'll tune in for a little bit to see one of the goofy stories or to fill out a bracket.
Correct.
If you are it wouldn't make sense. And so like that is another part. Like I agree obviously with what you had to say, but I think that hits on it too. You lose some of that magic if you're suddenly playing X number of games on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, look in the real reason. The real reason is the why. It's because the big conferences want more room for their mid and low level teams. That's not a reason to expand.
Agreed.
The Mets are slumping. Sorry, Michael. The Yankees are slumping. Sorry, babe. The Cubs are slumping.
Sorry, John.
Which of these slumping...
I'm gonna run you over with a RAV4.
Gotta run you over with mine first.
Of course, it probably wouldn't make it over because it's not built for off-roading.
Which of these slumping first or formerly first place teams will be okay in the long run, and which one is likely to see the slump go much further?
Give me the Yankees to rebound well. They're just too good. They have too many good players, so they'll be just fine. I think the Mets are going to be fine. John, your Cubs are my pick to slump more. Sorry. If they don't know how many outs are in innings, what are we going to do?
That was one time by one player.
The Cowboys lost one time and then did it 30 more times.
Has it only been 30?
I agree with you. I agree with you on the Yankees. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the Cubs continued to slump. This is June, and this is when they swoon. But
slump boys.
The Mets have a tough division.
Yeah.
I think it could be the Mets that continue to slump for a while.
Interesting.
LSU outfielder Derek Curiel was not allowed to use his full walk-up song last week at the College World Series.
And of course, I didn't have the video ready.
Oh,
to go.
no!
Here it is.
God Is by Kanye West. I'm a little upset that the NCAA didn't allow that song to be played. They only played the instrumental version. They didn't let the words play, but it's okay. God is everything that hath breath. Praise the Lord. That's a verse in the Bible, and that's just something I want everyone to know. You worship Christ, and that's what I'm here to do, and I just want people to know me as the guy who plays baseball that loves Jesus.
I don't want to start a controversy, but they wouldn't play it.
They wouldn't play it.
It's religious?
I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was religious or Kanye West or whatever, but I was a little upset. That's okay.
Now, did the NCAA ban it because of the religious overtones or because it was Kanye?
Well, here's my question. Because they claim
Kanye?
No, but they claim, the NCAA claims it was because it was Kanye.
Yeah.
So why did they play the instrumental? Isn't that also Kanye?
Unless they played like a weird, like a karaoke version of it.
But it's still Kanye. He made the song, both the instrumental and the lyrics. So there's some inconsistency here.
I don't know if it's inconsistency or if their thought process isn't any deeper as, well, you know what Kanye sounds like. So if we just take his voice out and play the instrumental, maybe people won't know it's Kanye.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have known.
I don't think it's that deep.
Yeah, but okay. If someone said we can't play AC/DC as a walk-up song, if you hear Back in Black without Brian Johnson, you still know it's AC/DC.
Yeah,
I would think it's the same thing with Kanye. I'm not familiar with a lot of Kanye's music, but I'm guessing it's the same thing. So there's an inconsistency here in that if you're going to ban the song because it's the artist, you don't play the song, period, whether it's vocals or non-vocals.
I missed which song he said it was.
It's called God Is.
Okay.
I don't know anything about that song.
I don't
know
either.
which album
All I
that
know
was
about
off of.
Kanye is that his cover art for his most recent album was going to be a swastika.
Nice.
So I'm okay
Jeez.
with not playing.
Oh, I absolutely. I'm not denying that Kanye's probably the reason, but then why did you play even the instrumental?
Well,
why didn't you just not play it?
That's a good question.
Because
they
that's
should have
his
just
song.
said no straight up.
Yeah.
And then just moved on.
Yeah.
We'll call Mecca and ask.
The song that came from, by the way, is from one of his worst albums, like ever.
There you
so
go.
I don't think it's like a Back in Black situation. I think they just played the instrumental.
But it's still Kanye. So you're not really banning the song.
Well,
because I mean, if no one's going to recognize the instrumental, they probably don't recognize the lyrics either.
In the words of Mike Ehrmantraut, no half measures, Walter.
No half
They
measures.
should have
Walter.
gone all the way. They should have done a full measure.
They should have played Yakety Sax.
They should have played Yakety Sax. Sorry, no Kanye allowed, but here's the Yakety Sax.
Now, we rarely do hockey uniforms, and have you seen this? Have you heard about this? So have you seen this? Have you heard about this new St. Louis Blues hockey uniform?
It's a lighter shade of blue.
It is.
I like it. That looks pretty sharp in my opinion.
It does.
Shout out to the Blues.
The only thing I wonder about is on the home uniform, the
lot
Blues,
of blue.
The blue logo,
It's on a blue jersey.
yeah, it's a blue logo on a blue jersey. It's just outlined in yellow.
Maybe they get Nick to do a little Canva outline on the logo, a little thicker white outline.
I can do that.
But it's a pretty good looking outfit there.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you, St. Louis Blues.
I like it. That's pretty good.
It's pretty sharp.
And we never are really complimentary about new uniforms. So, like, that's saying something. Normally, we're pretty critical.
Here's a question for you. I guess we haven't
Dumb
really done
debates.
this. Does hockey have the least amount of objectionable uniforms of all of the professional sports?
John, this is a great summer activity. We should go through every sports uniform
We probably
in
should.
sports. Let's do that.
I like this. This
Let's
is
do
fun.
that. Yeah, let's put a pin in this and
Don't
do, this
do it
in
next
July.
week. Don't do it next week.
John, we should do this on Monday now.
Damn it. Finally, just one quick one to lead into next segment. Season 4 of The Bear finally makes its return. Josh, you loved the first 2 seasons.
Yes.
But season 3 was kind of mid.
Yes.
How you feeling as a new batch of episodes drops?
I'm a little nervous, Nick, because season 3 was a big step back, and the creators had long said we have a 3-season arc. And now we don't even know if this is the last season because FX wants more episodes.
So what I heard was this last season, season 3, was mostly filler. And I think what they wanted to do for season 3 is going to be the upcoming season.
Correct, but there's no reporting on if it's the last season or not. I am a fan of shows ending when they want to end.
Me too.
I don't like it when they have to go longer because the networks want them to go longer.
Well, you know where this wouldn't be a problem? If the show was called My Bear Army, because My Bear Army does what it wants to do.
Nice.
Or if it was called The Squirrel.
Or if it was called The Squirrel.
You never see
You know
it
what
coming.
next segment is called, though?
Dinner.
What's for?
What's for dinner? 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night it was cheeseburgers. I don't know what tonight is.
I love cheeseburgers.
Popeyes was great. There were so many cars there when I arrived, and we went through faster than ever. Got home, ate that Popeyes.
Wink, wink.
I have leftovers. I'm going to save that for tomorrow.
So who did you have sit in line for you for the last 48 hours?
There were no line waiters, John. It was me and me alone. And I was listening to a podcast. But I was like, I got to keep pausing this because I keep talking and then grabbing my food. They were very nice.
Yeah, I'm sure they were great.
They were nice. He was like, I don't know how much money's left on your card, but here you go. And I said, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your order.
No, they would never do that. Tonight, we have leftover enchiladas. And so I'm doing that.
Nice.
What was that look, Nick?
I didn't do a look.
Interesting.
I had popcorn and peanut M&Ms last night for
Boy dinner?
I was at the movie theater. And I spent too much on the popcorn. It's like, we got home at like 10:30. I'm not going to eat dinner at 10:30.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Tonight, I think something with chicken. I saw chicken in the fridge this morning, so maybe.
You saw chicken in the fridge this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what's for dinner.
All right.
Tomorrow, Robin Wash It.
And?
It just says Robin Wash It.
I've also got Eric at home.
Wow. Yes, good job,
you sound
Nick.
so excited.
I had to think.
Eric at home. He covers the National Football League.
We'll definitely talk some baseball.
This is good. We're getting into a rhythm, Nick, of daily football guests. You're doing a great job.
Hey, you mean like every other day?
No, but non-Husker guests.
Do you think next season, leading up to the baseball season, we can do 25 teams in 25 days, but with baseball?
Why don't we just do all 30?
You know, I've been looking to
30
take
teams in 30
a
days.
segment off every day. I've actually been thinking about
Really?
that. Yeah.
Just one?
It's a great
Last
idea.
10 years, it's been like 8.
Hey, that's not true. I had 3 questions for Farron the other day.
You did.
I had at least 3. So we'll have that. We'll have I Don't Care. What else do we have? It's a Thursday. It's our last Thursday of June.
It is.
It is the last Thursday of June.
I don't like the sun setting earlier business, by the way. I know that I'm
it's
excited.
been like it was like 30 seconds earlier. It wasn't.
but
it's not that
That's
noticeable.
a long time for Josh.
Do you realize we're still going to have plenty of daylight after 9 p.m.
I
for
know.
several more
Why
weeks?
can't we just pause the Earth?
Because I think we would die.
Yes,
But-
we would.
But why can't it?
Because we would die.
Gosh, if God could grant me any wish, this would be really high on my list.
Everybody
of
on the
wishes.
light side
Wow, and keeping it late June where there's no football.
No, not that.
What
just,
an interesting dream
Just
you
the
have.
sunlight. Can you imagine December 25th with this much sun? It wouldn't be so depressing when Christmas is over.
Move to Alaska. That happens sometimes.
No, but then it's dark all the time. I want it like this every day forever.
I don't need that much sun.
All right, well, you won't ask that of God, I guess.
I will not.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.